for Wednesday, February 19th, 2020. All members of committee are present and are just about to be in their chairs. So our first item of business today is approval of the agenda. I'll go to the clerk to provide us with an update on changes or additions to today's committee agenda. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Chair Vicente. Just a few minor changes for the agenda that we have as our proposed consolidated. We have one added item in item 13.3, a personal matter about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees and labor relations and employee negotiations pursuant to section 239(2)B of the Municipal Act. This item has been approved for addition to the closed agenda by the City Solicitor.
Item 13.3, so noted. Are there any other additions or changes, Madam Clerk?
Just under the consent agenda, we currently have item 10.3.1 that I wish to remove from consent if committee's willing.
Which one is that, Madam Clerk?
It's item 10.3.1, and it's the Brampton School Traffic Safety Council minutes, just to be removed from consent in order to pass a motion to correct one of the recommendations therein. That's CS 016-2020, to correct the name of the school listed there.
Okay, then.
And also we have an item 6.3, a presentation has been published to the city's website as of this morning. And on item 9. Sorry, that's the one we've done. And those are the changes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of council who want to make additional changes. Councillor Singh.
Yep, the clerk has been notified, but I'd like to add a delegation from GTAA. And being that I am also the council member on the committee, they have a delegation they'd like to share with council, and a discussion item on Queen Street BRT as well.
Madam Clerk, so that'll be delegation item 6.4. Under Public Works, new business. Okay, so that'll be item 9.3.3. Item 9.3.3, a discussion on Queen Street BRT. Community Services. Madam Clerk, can we place that then under Community Services?
10.3.2.
Revised to 10.3.2. Mayor Brown.
Thank you, Councillor Vicente. In correspondence, we have a letter from Mohammed Faki of the Canada Strong Foundation. It's the federal government initiative where they match funds with the Iranian plane crash. Mohammed Faki would like to make a presentation along with his correspondence, so if we could add that to the delegations. He's speaking to Mississauga City Council at 9:30, but anticipates by the time we get to his point in the agenda, he would be here.
So that would be listed as item 6.5, delegation from Mohammed Faki, President and CEO of Paramount Fine Foods.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Brown.
And if the correspondence could be attached with that.
Very good. Thank you. Members of council, no other additions or changes. May I have a motion to move the agenda as amended from Councillor Singh? All in favor? That carries. Next, we have declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Does any member have a conflict of interest as defined under the Act on any item on today's agenda? Seeing none, may the clerk so note for the minutes. Next, we're up on consent agenda. The following items are considered to be routine and non-controversial. Do any members wish to make changes, additions, or subtractions to the consent agenda? Councillor Singh.
If my peers agree, I'd like to add 7.2.1 and 10.2.2. If my peers agree, I'd like to add 7.2.1 and 10.2.2.
So 7.2.1 is a staff report 2020 Garden Square programming, and it's for receipt. And 10.2.1, 10.2.2. Staff report re-rental fees for charitable events, also for receipt. No recommendation.
Okay, members, so I'm seeing no other changes. Oh, that would be 7.2.1 and 10.2.2 have been added to the consent agenda.
So I'm looking to not add 7.2.1.
So we have a request from Councillor Pelletier to hold 7.2.1. Seeing no other members with changes, may I have a motion to accept the consent agenda from Councillor Bowman? All in favor? That carries. We have no announcements on today's agenda, so next up we have item 5.1, a presentation from City Councillor Willens and Pam Cooper, Policy Manager of the Public Works and Engineering, regarding the Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Emergency Conference in Montreal, January 8th to 10, 2020. Welcome, Ms. Cooper.
Good morning. My name is Pam Cooper. I'm the Mayor, Chair, Members of the Committee, staff, and residents. I'll be speaking to the Global Covenant of Mayors Canada Conference, which took place from January 8th till 10th. Councillor Willens was also in attendance at the conference, and I believe he wanted to address the first slide on term of council priorities.
Thank you, Pam, and through you, Chair. We all know that there's a priority 3.5 on leading environmental initiatives that will be met by developing community energy and emissions reduction plan to improve our efficiency and increase resilience in climate change in the city of Brampton. So moving forward in this term, it's a term of priority for us. So I'm going to let Pam do the presentation on why cities matter when it comes to the Global Covenant of Mayors.
Thank you. So taking action on climate change begins in cities. Most of the world's population lives in cities. We account for most of the CO2 emissions and consume more than 66% of the world's energy. This council is committed to becoming a green city. You've declared a climate emergency. We're working with Sheridan College in partnership to produce our community energy and emission reduction plan. We're also working with our partners, the Region of Peel and Sheridan, to establish an Institute for Sustainable Brampton. And in November 2019, we joined the Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy. So our commitment includes greenhouse gas emissions inventories, targets to reduce and avoid these emissions, a goal to have affordable energy, an assessment of climate risks and vulnerabilities, climate change adaptation, and a formally adopted plan which will address climate change and access to energy. Several of these items will be addressed through the Community Energy and Emission Reduction Plan. And just a reminder about the Global Covenant of Mayors. I did speak to you on this back in November, but it is a first-of-its-kind global alliance of cities that have come together. They're realizing that climate action is about improving quality of life, creating new jobs and economic opportunities, and ensuring a safe climate for future generations. And there's more than 9,200 municipalities that have joined the Global Covenant of Mayors. Brampton was among 25 municipalities who were selected to participate in a Showcase City pilot program. This involves some workshops for staff to work through greenhouse gas inventories. There's one-on-one support for us to work through climate planning processes. There's assistance with reporting back to GCOM and access to networking opportunities. So one of those networking opportunities was the conference that we did attend in January. At this conference, we discussed climate trends, how to form a mitigation and adaptation plan, working with reduction targets for greenhouse gas emissions, and applying a social lens to climate change. We also discussed trends that are happening today, so strengthening social resilience, because the impacts of climate change are not equal for everyone. For example, the cost of home retrofits to tackle extreme temperatures may be out of reach for some people. We talked about advancing nature-based solutions, so using nature to tackle environmental challenges. For example, using green roofs to moderate the impact of high temperatures. And we also talked about supporting a circular economy, so maximizing value while addressing environmental challenges. For example, looking at some of the industries that we have, perhaps they have waste products that another industry could use in their productions. We also learned some important lessons about making meaningful connections, and not just between departments and with other levels of government, but with industries that are located in Brampton and our other partners like Sheridan College. We talked about having implementation plans and a vehicle for that implementation, and multi-solving to achieve multiple benefits. For example, having retrofit plans for houses so that you can save residents money on their energy, you can improve the environment, and you also have to have trades to perform those retrofits, so you're creating green jobs. So those are multiple benefits. Currently, we're working towards our mitigation badge with Global Covenant of Mayors. That includes completing greenhouse gas emission inventory, setting up our targets, and then formulating a mitigation plan. The inventory has already been completed through our analytical work for the SERP, and we'll be sending that to GCOM for validation. Our targets have been determined by the task force through that analytical work, and currently we're working on our SERP plan, which is in a draft stage, and we'll be bringing that forward to council in May. After the conference that we participated in, we've been busy participating in online workshops and working towards completion of the SERP report. As I stated, we'll be bringing that forward to Brampton in May and reporting to the Global Covenant of Mayors in July. After that, all the people who are participating with the Global Covenant of Mayors will be coming forward in the fall of 2020 to share lessons learned through this program. Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you so much for the presentation, and Councillor Willens for attending on behalf of the Mayor. I think it's fantastic, but at the same time, I worry that there's a lot of talking, and there's always a lot of talking, and there's always a lot of planning, but when it comes down to it, when it comes down to the political will, when it comes down to the implementation and taking action, things don't happen. And so we do ask the tough questions. I ask the tough questions around active transportation, around how we think about moving people around, on how to deal with congestion, making sure that we have proper transit, because those are the real ways that we will actually implement all of the things that we're talking about in terms of climate emergency. And the 1 Million Trees project as well is something that the city is doing. From your perspective, what are some of the low-hanging fruit that the City of Brampton can do in terms of your learning so far from these various conferences and meetings?
Well, I think we found through our work on the SERP that most of our emissions and energy are, as you stated, through transportation, also through the homes that we have. So some of the things that we would be looking at would be adding transportation, but also looking at home retrofits. That's something that we can work with our partners, perhaps with Enbridge, to offer retrofit programs to people to improve the energy efficiency of their homes.
Great. And I think I've heard that there are, the federal government in particular is cranking up the funding in terms of home retrofits for residents.
Yeah, that's correct. We are looking at several programs that are out there now to see which one would be a best fit for Brampton.
So last night at the Budget Town Hall, what was interesting was that climate change and the environment was one of the common themes in the questions yesterday in the telephone town hall. So our residents, there was one resident who we didn't get to with his question regarding the solar panels on his roof and whether or not he can get tax credits on it. We didn't get to him last night, but it would be great to communicate to our residents when those programs are ready, what may be available to them. And then I also just want to reemphasize again that our way of thinking in terms of transportation and greenhouse gas emissions and moving people around in Brampton, if we are committed to addressing the climate change emergency and taking action on the environment, we have to start thinking differently about how we plan the way that we move people around. It is not prioritizing car movement. It is about moving people around efficiently and effectively while making sure we are as sustainable as possible. That's the way that we're going to be able to address these issues. So it's a big cultural shift. And thank you for attending, but at the end of the day, these plans don't mean anything if we can't implement them. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Councillor Santos. Next, I have Mayor Brown.
Thank you, Councillor Vicente. And let me say, first of all, thank you to Councillor Willens, who has gone above and beyond when it comes to highlighting the importance of Brampton being a green city. He told me early on that whatever he can do to help with the environment, he wanted to do. When it's minus 20 in Montreal, is not during his own holiday time. He went away. He went away from his family to go and help and represent the city. And so, thank you, Councillor Willens, for your passion when it comes to the environment. It's certainly noticed and appreciated. Yesterday, Councillor Medeiros talked a lot about being accountable and measuring our work. And I think this is very important, especially when it comes to the environment, because one thing that's plagued this file over the last 20 years at every level of government is there's been a lot of rhetoric, but not enough progress. And it's why Canada continues to miss emission reduction targets. And I think for the projects that we're working on here to be a good example, I think it would be very helpful as we look at this commitment we made with the Global Covenant of Mayors and the climate emergency we declared. I'd love to, and maybe it's through this group that we could have a quarterly measurement. You look at the motion that we passed on phasing out single-use plastics. I'd like to know what's the progress we've made on that motion. We passed a motion on cleaning up our local water bodies. I want to know what the progress report on that is. It's one thing for us to pass motions, but we need to keep ourselves honest. And if we understand that we're 1% of the way there, then obviously we're going to put more resources and energy into it. And I look at the example of transit, where Alex has done an incredible job. We've got this first pilot project in Canada on electric buses, and we can be proud of that, but it's only 2 routes, right? And so it's a reminder that if we're really committed to this, there's some big changes. We're just about to build a 3rd transit facility that I'm not sure is equipped for electric buses. And so we're investing massive amounts of resources into a new facility that's in contradiction to what our stated aims are when it comes to being a green city. And so if we had that project update from you saying you're 2% of the way on this project, then we'll say, we need to relook at why we've only made this amount of progress. And if there's an area that we've actually made a lot of progress, if we're reducing phosphorus levels and we're ahead of the game in the lakes, then let's be proud of that and share our success with other mayors that are part of this Global Covenant of Mayors. But I think, and Councillor Willens can correct me if I'm wrong when he gives the final comment, but I think part of this Global Covenant is to share good ideas, to share success and failures. And so we can't share success and failures if we don't monitor and be accountable for our own progress. And so that's what I'd love to see, and it would be great to have you and your team here on a more regular basis.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. For the final comment, Councillor Willens.
Yeah, thank you through you, Chair. And Mayor Brown is right. It was a collaboration of municipalities from across Canada. We all had the same, pretty much the same issues, the same problems. But we all agreed that municipalities have to lead by example. So we have to look at our own facilities. We have to look at our own building stock. And then that will resonate out into the community, into the business sector. Just recently, we had a meeting with Berger Machinery over on Reagan Road. They wanted to put district energy in their plant. They wanted to put it in the area to help provide energy for that brownfield area. They were up against roadblocks, not at the municipal level, but more of the provincial level. So we're going to help with them to try to get around those roadblocks, to get around the red tape. But yeah, Mayor Brown, you are absolutely right. It was a collaboration between all the other municipalities, and what we found was we weren't in competition with each other. We were all talking the same language. We were all talking. Windsor actually was one of the first ones, I believe, to do their community energy plan. And I think she said they did it 3 times to get it right. And she wasn't afraid to share those stories, the failures that they had and the successes they had. So you're right. We all have to work together. But I want to really thank Pam for attending. She was very good at the conference. She took a lot of notes and participated a lot. We visited different tables. We didn't stay at the same table. We went around to different tables. So we got the viewpoints of everybody around from across the country. And I want to thank the members of our BIAC committee, if they could stand up. I see Malcolm up there and David. I'm sorry if you just give a wave to the crowd. And I want to thank our staff from Michael Hoy's department. They've worked very, very hard on our community energy plan and getting us prepared for what we have to do, because we're coming up to the adaptation stage now and we've got to be ready. So thank you again, and thank you, Council, for supporting.
Thank you, Councillor Willens. Can I get a motion from you, Councillor, to move receipt of the presentation? All in favor? Hands? Carried. Next, members of council, we have delegations. We have a number of delegations today, including some that we added. Just a reminder that our procedural bylaw states that a delegation regarding matters for which there is not an accompanying staff report shall not be debated and shall only be received with no further action taken or referred to staff for report back to committee on the request. So our first delegation today is from Vikas Kohil, the Executive Director, and Lauren Piers, Project Management Lead for Monster Creative Collective, regarding council support of the 2019 Monster Artist Development Program. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Chair, Mayor, and the councillors. My name is Vikas Kohli. I'm from the Monster Creative Collective. We're a Brampton-based not-for-profit working in the city since 2015. Now, in the past, we've come to you and presented the results of our Monster World Festival, and we'd like to thank Councillor Bowman for attending at Garden Square in the past, and Councillor Williams for attending at the Chinguacousy Ski Chalet just this past summer. Today we're going to talk about the results of another one of our amazing programs, which is the Monster Artist Development Program. Through this program, we offer Brampton creatives training in entrepreneurship, connections with industry mentors, and showcase their journey and successes through digital media. This program connects with the council priorities of showcasing Brampton as a city of opportunities by ensuring we're developing our local entrepreneurs, and it also connects with the Brampton Culture Master Plan by promoting Brampton as a cutting-edge, youthful hotspot on the world stage. We'd like to thank, on behalf of the collective team, Council for the success of this MAD program. Your support from the beginning has been invaluable, and we'd like to share a short video on the successes you've helped create. You'll notice in this upcoming video 5 of our MAD creative entrepreneurs giving their thoughts on learning about ROI, marketing, and much more. Afterwards, Lauren can fill you in on the details of the video. So if we can please roll that video.
Amish Patel, and you're watching MAD. Okay, Monster Artist Development. I'm saying it like it's the emotion, like MAD, but it's actually an acronym for developing artists. You could say it's the opposite of being mad. It's very joyful. It is a great program. I mean, I'm very impressed with it. I'm so busy today.
I would definitely recommend it.
It's an amazing program, like the workshop we had today.
I can recommend as an artist that this is something that you really want to do.
No, it's everything that I need to do. In the last couple of months, I've just gotten obsessed with online marketing.
I know a little bit of Facebook and how ad campaigning and all that work, but the training that I got today actually helps me leaps and bounds.
They teach you the different target areas and what they all mean, and they teach you the importance of your return on investment and why it's important.
It is great that they're doing more than just like, here's money, go shoot something. It's like, we shot it, great, who's gonna watch it? So now we're going through that process of like, how are we gonna get people to watch it, and how are we gonna work with the current distribution model to get it out there.
It helped me in understanding a lot of like strategies. It's important to be a good singer, but it's equally important to how do you brand yourself, right?
Not many people think that, okay, you need to have some kind of connections to get into there, but it's not. You just need to apply.
MAD program is actually one of the biggest facilitators within the GTA for artists when it comes to like distributing the resources, be it financial or technical.
I like the concept of meeting new people and learning about new music, and maybe we can come up with collaboration, right? I'm always open for fusion music.
It's good to meet and listen to their views and their opinions about the industry and get to learn from them.
It's free marketing money. I mean, it's a pretty easy sell to tell a comic like, hey, sign up for this next year.
Everybody has their own journey, but if you don't have the right help, then the journey is longer. Might as well shorten it a bit.
If you're passionate about it, and if you want to be a singer or a musician or a dancer or a comedian, there are options. All you need to do is explore.
From Stasia Daniels, I thank you to MAD, the whole community, all of you guys for this opportunity.
Thanks for having me at Monster Artist Development Program. It was a lovely experience, and I've created so many memories here and got to learn so much from your team.
Thank you, Monster Artist Development.
Thank you, Monster Artist Development, for having me here and having this session. It was very informative.
Huge opportunity. I'm so mad for MAD.
So the video of the workshop you just saw featured...
What's up, everybody? This is Amish Patel, and you're watching...
One more time.
Encore! So the video of the workshop you just saw featured 5 of our MAD artists who took part in the program, and all of them have varying experience levels in their art. So Amish, for example, is an Emmy-nominated comedian and actor who's opened for Saturday Night Live alumni Tim Meadows and NBC's Last Comic Standing winner Eliza Schlesinger, and still finds this Brampton-based program incredibly useful. The MAD program supports diverse youth artists in succeeding in creative economy through marketing workshops, media training, and connecting them with industry mentors. We also provide the opportunity to perform in front of a large audience and create a professionally shot video at no cost to the artist. We're thrilled that our 3rd season of MAD Videos has received over 1 million media impressions in under 2 months, and we could not have done this without our local artists without your support. But we're not stopping. We plan to continue expanding our MAD program in 2020. We're planning more in-person workshop days to maximize the mentoring of our artists receive. We're bringing in more experienced industry professionals to allow for in-depth knowledge sharing. And most importantly, we're involving even more local artists than ever before to help showcase Brampton talent to the world.
So thank you again to the City of Brampton for your support. We look forward to developing this program even larger in the upcoming year, and we'd love to hear any of your feedback, get your advice, or answer any questions you have about the program.
Thanks, Lauren and Vikas. I have some questions from members. Councilor Medeiros.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for the presentation. So you talked about in 2015 is when I guess you started your group. Now, too, in terms of, again, the impact on the community, what would you say? I've seen, some comments, and we have more artists and we have people coming in. But in terms of like local artists in Brampton, and I don't know if staff can sort of speak to that because I think there was some concern before that the origins of the organization wasn't from Brampton. And, respectfully, I understand, for Heart, especially the sum that we provided and the main stage that we provided, and just in terms for me to understand, what's been the impact on the community? Have we had more engagement from local youth? You may not have some numbers, but maybe just provide some comments on that.
Yeah, absolutely. So, right, we started working in 2015 in the City of Brampton, and that was actually in discussion with the city directly. We had a program that we were doing actually at Yonge Dundas Square, and the city really liked the idea of creating the tourist impact here in the city. So we brought that program to Garden Square. Now and then that was the first step. And then we have about 5 different programs that we all run in the City of Brampton with Brampton artists, Brampton collaborators. Lauren grew up here in Brampton. The artists that are in the programs are all from Brampton. And we do have measurable economic impact for the city. We provide professional artist fees to everyone in Brampton. All the suppliers are in Brampton. And for every dollar that we receive from council, from City of Brampton, we've invested more than 3 times the cash value from other provincial and federal sources, including corporate sponsors. So we've always maintained very high ROI on all of our programs. If we go to the Ontario Tourism economic impact model, we know that every one of our programs is generating over $1 million in economic return in visitor spending. We actually have the history. I didn't bring those reports. I didn't think I would get into that. But the point is that, and in terms of also the municipal taxes that are generated every time we run our program. So I think a really important thing to keep in mind is this idea of leveraging, and the idea that with every dollar that is invested by City Council in these programs, we're leveraging multiple more dollars from provincial and federal sources to grow that program, and all that money is going to Brampton creatives and Brampton communities here.
So I guess through the chair, you know, and thank you, and again, I'm not questioning, it's just for us to understand, and I guess to staff, this group would be, I guess, under our new model, that arm's length agency, that would be the new avenue for them to seek support. Is that, okay. Great, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Medeiros. Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Through the chair, I had such a great time at the comedy event that you held in Bramalea. It was awesome. And it was really cool to meet Dinesh Patel because my kids watched Dino Dana.
Oh.
And I was like, hey, it's the dad from Dino Dana. So, you know, it was a really great event. And I was happy that you were holding events in the city, especially in Bramalea, right? Getting people to come out. And so, you know, I think it's so important that we use organizations like you for that arm's length. But have you been able to have any like conversations with some of like the schools that are like the art schools in Brampton to encourage some of our young kids to go through the program? And is there an age limit or age gap that you find?
So the Monster Artist Development Program is more for artists that are pursuing things professionally. But to your point about working in the schools, we do have another program that we didn't present today called Monster Arts for Youth. Mm-hmm. And that program, we provide South Asian professional artists to all the schools, every single public and Catholic school from K to 12 in Brampton, and there's no charge for the artists to go in and provide those workshops to the kids. And one of the ideas of that is not just to create cultural integration, but also to inspire the next level of artists so that when they're ready to pursue a career in the creative arts, then they have the option to join something like the MAD program.
Okay, and that's good to hear, because I know you have a connection with some of the art schools
Yes.
in Brampton as well. We were talking about Mayfield Secondary and everything. So I'm just, even though Mayfield's not in Brampton, but a lot of our students go there. But, you know, I'm just wondering around how we can, as a city, bring more awareness. Like, what would be helpful for us to encourage more of our young people to seek out the program that you have for the young youth?
Yeah, I mean, it would be amazing if there was. Now, I shouldn't speak on behalf of staff, but you know, we know that there's the community centers, there's digital screens that are available, and if all of the programs that we do in the city of Brampton, regardless of whether they're getting funding from the city of Brampton, we could have access to those in-kind assets to promote the work that we're doing in Brampton. That would be amazing. So we're not requesting any funding for the youth program that we do, but it's in every school in Brampton. And so it would still be wonderful for teachers and parents and kids to know that that program is available at no cost, and they can sign up, and then we would go to that school and absolutely help them out.
So do you have any links or any tiles that you can send to all the counselors just to be able to encourage people to seek you out? Or
that I will be happy to spam everyone in the room about everything we do. So yeah, but we can share more sort of feedback reports, videos, economic reports, anything that we need to do, including promotional materials that we can get the word out into the community.
Okay, that would be very helpful. Thanks. Keep doing what you're doing. It was great, and let me know when you have another comedy event because it was awesome. It was hilarious. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to go to a comedy event. I have one question. I don't know how easy it is or simple to answer, but where does MAD want to be in 10, 15, 20 years from now?
So as bizarre as it is, the goal of all of our programs is that we are obsolete and no longer needed. That's ultimately what, as a not-for-profit organization, that's our goal. Right now, the MAD program is vital because there is this gap. There's nowhere for an artist, particularly artists that are straddling different cultural boundaries, to find a way to make, to get training and mentorship. You can go to the typical career colleges, but they're very geared towards what we would call pop culture. But in cities like Brampton, pop culture means something completely different, right? When you're driving down the street and you hear Bhangra playing in a car, that's the pop culture in Brampton. Yeah. So, but there is no program for that type of community. So that's where programs like MAD step in. And when artists are able to make a living just the same way, when we have a Brampton artist that's as popular as Justin Bieber, then making that sort of money, then we'll know that this program is no longer needed, and then we move on to addressing whatever other gaps there are in the community. So, and on that note, for 2020, and to go right back to Councillor Madero's question, we are actually already approved by the Canada Council for 4 times the dollar amount of funding than we're even applying for the City of Brampton. And so that's why, as Lauren mentioned, we are choosing to keep that program, even though it's Canada-wide funding, we're keeping that program in Brampton because we see this as we've done the groundwork here. Now we've finally broken through. It's time to really turn this program into a machine of economic growth for all these people that have been in it for so long.
No, I appreciate that. I appreciate everything you do. I don't understand the not needing the program. Who's going to be running the program if you guys drop off because somebody made it? Then who's running the program? Certainly not the City of Brampton.
Right. So to your point, what I meant by that was in 10 years, we hope that there is not a gap that requires this sort of program to exist. That, the
empowerment is there.
Exactly that. But currently, the gap is there. So we're here. We've been here since 2015, and we're just we don't see an end to us being here, although, theoretically, that's what we hope to never have the need to be here, but we are.
Sure. Thank you very much for coming.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in, because you put on a great show. There's no two ways about it. We have programs here that we're investing heavily in through economic development for entrepreneurship, for young entrepreneurs, for building your business. We have the RIC Center coming here for commercialization. How does that relate to artists?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so as you can tell in that video, we did our last workshop in the Brampton Entrepreneurship Center. So we're very, ear to the ground on all these things and making sure that we're finding those connections because we can't do it alone. It's a big problem. A not-for-profit can't walk in and be like, oh, we've just solved the economy problem, right? It's a team effort. And so we were so happy to hear that the Brampton Entrepreneurship Center, all these other programs are there. We see our place as a specialist in that. So we specialize in working with diverse artists that, as I mentioned, they don't fit into the mainstream cultural programs, and the specialized knowledge that you need in the creative economy. Business plans are the same everywhere. ROI is the same everywhere. Marketing is the same everywhere. However, the specific mechanics, the connections to the industry mentors, all of those things are very specialized. Copyright laws are different for music than they are for dance. They're different for visual arts than they are for patents. These are all very specialized pieces of knowledge, and we think that the way we fit in is to bring the special pieces and integrate it in with the broader pieces that are relevant to the rest of the community. So connecting with branch entrepreneurships we're in constant contact with them. They might get annoyed by us sometimes with the emails we send, but we loved it there, and we still have all their great pens and books that they gave to us as well last time we were there.
No, thank you for explaining that. There's no question that the artistic community needs mentorship in those skill sets as well. So I'm glad that you're able to provide that. I'm glad that the Entrepreneur Center is able to work with you so closely. This city has an enormous amount of talent, so diverse that people can't even imagine the talent that's here. So I think you're doing a good job. Keep it up, and I'm looking forward to participating in anything else. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Thank you both for your delegation. May I have a motion to receive the delegation from Councillor Williams? All in favor? That carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Members of committee, we now have item 6.2, a delegation from Lelo Akahodojeva, President and CEO, and Shabib Hassan, Vice President of Road to Zero Waste, regarding the Community Fridge Initiative. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Inviting me. Thank you for the council for having me and our esteemed guests. This is my groundbreaking introduction to the city of Brampton. We just started an initiative in Brampton, but our initiative started in 2017 outside of Brampton. It's a community fridge initiative. The initiative started basically, my wife and I were doing some research, and we found that $31 billion of surplus food is being wasted in Canada on a yearly basis. In contrast to that, we have 1 in 8 families that are food insecure. And we looked at food surplus and the effects that it has on what you guys were mentioning earlier of going green and so forth. So the impact of surplus food being wasted and hitting our landfills, it is number 3 on the list in creating methane emission gases. That's being thrown into the landfills, and it's having a massive effect on our climate. And it's wonderful that we have this weather for our purposes. It's nice, warm, but at the same token, I believe one of the individuals mentioned that in Montreal it's -20, and we're having the varying differences of temperatures. So the global impact, what we're trying to do with Road to Zero Waste is we're trying to deploy community fridges in different areas of the city. We already have 8 community fridges. We have 1 at Sir John A. Macdonald Public School. And what we're doing with that is we get surplus food from restaurants, banquet halls, and we're putting it into our community fridges where it's serving 2 purposes. We're trying to reduce the emission gas that happens through food waste, and at the same token, we're trying to feed the underprivileged. So we're targeting underprivileged areas in the community that allows for, so for instance, at Sir John A. Macdonald Public School, it is feeding students who are underprivileged and have a difficult time getting food at home. So this is an opportunity for those who could have their lunch rather than bring things from home. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to expand this operation where we have community fridges in Edmonton. We're in Rexdale, Parkdale, 2 in Mississauga, and Guelph. So the plan is to grow this operation. The plan is to get the support of the city of Brampton and potentially grow it in different areas of the city of Brampton. And I just wanted to, do we have the video? I had a video to play as well, but not sure
I believe the clerk has it.
Yeah.
Did you know that Canada wastes 31 billion annually on food waste that's perfectly edible, while 1 in 8 Canadians are food insecure? Not only does decomposed food on landfills create toxic methane gas, but it also speeds up global warming. Road to Zero Waste, a not-for-profit organization, wanted to tackle both issues and deployed community fridges across the Greater Toronto area. The project started by me and my wife Lalo when we discovered how much food is being wasted in Canada. Our fridges fight food waste to preserve resources and the environment at the same time. It feeds the needy, homeless, disabled, retired, and new immigrants who are struggling to consume nutritious food. Our community fridges are quite popular across the Greater Toronto area and have been featured in numerous news channels.
We were able to launch 5 community fridges so far with the help of the communities coming together, and they're located in low-income areas. Our volunteers pick up surplus food from food chains like Longo's Grocery Gateway, Ambrosia, Starbucks, Continental Grand Buffet, Sweet Creations, Friendly Magnolia Fine Food Store, Second Harvest Food Rescue Team, and so forth, and put into containers, label, date, and place them in our community fridges for food insecure folks to enjoy healthy, nutritious, free food.
In order to tackle food waste in Canada, we knew that community fridges were not enough. Currently, we run food waste workshops in different vicinities, such as mosques, community centers, churches, and schools, where we can spread awareness about food waste in Canada. As households are responsible for 47% of food waste in Canada, we have to work towards changing the habits of households first for changes to occur. To reach out to masses, we also have our YouTube channel where we try to educate people about food waste and ways to reduce it.
We want to establish community fridges all across Canada, and we need your help to carry out the mission. Sponsor a fridge in your community or donate any amount to keep our cause alive. Volunteer with us to deliver food to our community fridges. If you are a food chain, donate your surplus food to us. Under Good Samaritan Act of food donations, donors are exempt from any liability. If we all put a little bit of our share into preserving the environment and feeding the needy, Canada will serve as an example to the world nations.
Guess I should have played the video first. Pretty self-explanatory what we're trying to do. That's what we're looking for, the support for the city of Brampton to deploy more community fridges in the area, because I'm sure that there are different areas that have underprivileged members of the community, whether it be students, whether it be just the general population. That's what we're looking to do. And then we broke ground in Brampton with our first community fridge at Sir John A. Macdonald Public School, and Councillor Vincent was there as well too, with that initiative during the opening. So that's what we're trying to do, and if you guys have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hassan. Both Councillor Santos and I had the opportunity to see your fridge installed there at the school, and I know Councillor Santos has some remarks, so she's first up on the list.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for coming today, and to yourself and your wife for all of the amazing work and this amazing initiative. Sir John A. Macdonald, that area in Ward 1 is a high needs area. 2 weeks after the launch of the community fridge, the mayor, myself, Councillor Vicente held a mental health roundtable with the principals of the schools as well as the support agencies involved in that schools to deal with some of the mental health challenges of our students in the catchment area. What was interesting was that a number of the principals said that a lot of the mental health issues that our kids are going through right now in our schools, in this catchment area in Brampton, are because they're coming to school hungry. And even though the community fridge is located in one school, that fridge is open to the entire community in the entire area. So we have families from the Marigold Hotel who are refugee families who've been living there for 6 months, which is another issue that we'll deal with at the region, as well as families from Kingswood Drive, as well as families from Central Public School. All of them are able to access this food, which I believe is donated from different food service providers throughout the city, so that their kids can have something to eat and have nutritious food to eat when they're at home and bring food to school for lunch. It is a very incredible initiative, and thank you very much for that. I'm wondering, how is it right now in Brampton that you are accessing that food for the fridge?
It's a good question. That's one of the things that I think that the city of Brampton could help us with. The food that we're primarily getting is from different areas of the city of Mississauga right now. We get food from Starbucks, we get food from Continental Buffet, which is another, it's a restaurant in Mississauga. We get, those are the primary two resources that we're getting our food. Additionally, I will get food from, as I mentioned in the video, Longo's Grocery Gateway, so we get produce from there, fruits, vegetables, these sort of things. This comes, Grocery Gateway is located in Rexdale. So I will pick it up and then I will drop it off to my volunteer, and then it is transited to the fridge itself. That's a big task at hand that we would like to have the support of the city of Brampton to approach the stores locally and inform them of this initiative locally, and perhaps they could open their doors to us as potential donors.
So right now, who is doing that outreach? Is it just yourself and your wife making the kind of cold calls throughout Brampton?
Yeah, that's the way that we did start. We started approaching the storefronts and cold calls and just asking them, and that was Food Rescue Second Harvest. I'm sure most of you know, was one of the main partners with us. to start providing us with food. But primarily it's been cold calls, primarily it's been going to the stores, talking to the owners, and from there we started, yeah.
So just a quick question then to staff, because I'm wondering if there's something that we can do to help, which is, I'm sure there's a directory or a list of various food service providers, restaurants, etc., that we have throughout the city of Brampton. I'm wondering if it's possible for us to share information with them that this exists, that there is a community fridge that exists, and instead of throwing out any food, that there is a place where they can store it. That's just a question to staff, if that is at all possible for us to do.
Sure, we can do that. I'll connect after this. Also, the food processors and manufacturers, we can let them know as well.
That would be amazing. And there you go, that would help,
That'd be
I
so
am
thank-
sure.
yeah, that would be
It might be overflowing at
Yeah.
some point.
Yeah,
But thank you very much for everything you're doing, and please stay in touch with us. We will certainly encourage our colleagues here around the table to promote it on social media. So if you have any social media tags
Yep.
or links, please send it over, and we're happy to spread the word. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming, and thank you for bringing the program to Brampton, expanding your kind of portfolio. It's extremely interesting to hear. It's not something that, you know, is happening right now that I even knew existed. So it's exciting. I got to ask a question with respect to the kind of the quality of food. So, and I guess the reason this is popping up, I was at a grocery store last night, and I was going through the vegetables, and I was going through the fruit, and I didn't find anything. I was so disappointed. I didn't find anything that was of good quality. Everything either had mold on it or was old, aging, and then they brought out a skid of grapes. My kids love grapes. I was so excited. And then I got into the grapes. And even as they brought out the skid, there was brown grapes, they weren't of good quality. Now, it's not that time of year. We should be making ice wine this time of year, but not bringing out fresh grapes. But how do you combat that?
That's a good question. Part of the reason that, as far as grocery stores are concerned, where things are thrown out is because a lot of food that's cosmetically unfit, people don't want to pick it up. And that's part of what we do is that when we get food, some of them, because they're giving it to us what they can't sell necessarily, and some of the food is not in the best shape, I would say. But what we do as volunteers is that we segment them. We fragment the fruits that are still in good condition and that could still be placed into the fridges. And the fruit that's not, we have to compost them because we can't, as an organization, we can't present the food that people are not going to take. And we realized as well is that at times that when we've done that, not here, but in other fridges, those are the fruits that get left behind, unfortunately. And then when we clean up our fridge, what we do it every 2 days, we realize nobody's picking up these fruits, then we have to compost them, or we have our seminars where we, as mentioned in the video, where we give the education to people how to use fruits that we, in our limited scope of understanding, we think that it's gone bad. So for example, like a little more smudged up tomato that's a little bit more softer, you could cook it. You could cook a tomato and you can make a great salad out of it. And we've demonstrated that in our seminar. Bananas, for example, bananas go bruised or bad really quick.
Yep.
And what we do is that we could take them, when you peel a banana, you realize that the inside is fine. It's just the outside exterior looks bad at times. You freeze it, you can make a great smoothie out of it. So we have a lot of different variations of ways to find ways to use fruits and things like that we deem that are gone bad, but we have different ways of utilizing them. And we do that in our seminars as well, which is another thing that we could use the city help as well. If we could approach these schools or centers and make presentations there to inform people how to utilize things differently, how to think differently about these fruits and food and these type of things that we feel in our scope of
So I'm
thinking is bad.
talking more about the fact that, you know, I don't mind grabbing a thing of strawberries and there's one bad. I'm the kind of person that'll cut off a brown spot of an apple and eat the apple. Like, I get it, I understand. What I'm talking about is the contamination, the
Right.
possibility of it now sitting in a fridge, contaminating other fruits, and then possibly causing people to get ill, to get sick.
Right, absolutely. So, Public Health has already visited our fridge in Brampton, and we have a team of volunteers. We have a team of nearly 70 volunteers. Brampton,
How many, sorry?
70. In Brampton specifically, we have one supervisor, and she supervises the fridge every day or every other day. And we have another volunteer that's in the school that looks at the fridge every day. So there's, as far as contamination or anything like that, if they see anything, they'll take it and they'll throw it away.
And so I see that there's a business that's, I don't believe it's in Brampton yet, and maybe just in Toronto, but they deliver fruits and vegetables that don't look like fruits and vegetables. So you might have a carrot with 2 stems on it, or it just looks, it looks weird, and so they're grabbing these and they're able to distribute. Is that a possibility as well, if you are talking to Longo's?
Yeah, we could, we get those type of fruits as well, cosmetically unfit, that don't go onto the shelves. We get those type of fruits as well, and as I said, we fragment them from the bad ones, but that's a possibility as well, absolutely.
Have you reached out to Regeneration and had a discussion with them?
No, I haven't reached out.
Okay, so might I suggest that, and if I can put the parties together, I think that would be,
Yeah,
that'd
absolutely.
be a great start. in
Yeah, if we
Brampton.
could create some synergy with other organizations, absolutely.
For sure.
Yeah.
Thank you again for coming.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor Palashi, for mentioning Regen, because Regen actually does do the same thing that you're doing. Not as much as for fruits and vegetables, but they have a block of freezers. And I believe there's a few of us on council here that actually sponsor their freezers, the electricity it costs to run the freezers every year.
Okay.
And they get frozen food, or they can get food that can be frozen. They've got those connections with some of these food processing people, some of the grocery stores. So it might be worthwhile connecting with them. And they do a marvelous job in the community, and whatever food they get, they can use at the Regen at the church down the street to feed breakfast. I think they served 60,000 breakfasts last year, or meals. Or they put it in their freezer and they give it out as required to several different food banks, to schools who have food bank programs there.
Right.
So I think Councillor Palashi is right. It might be a very good connection for you to work with.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Regeneration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, to the chair. What you're doing is amazing, and tackling food insecurity right where people need it is so important, and so thank you for what you and your wife are doing. I just have a question. How much does it cost for one fridge to be installed?
That's a great question, actually. So the good thing recently is that we got our charitable status just recently, and each fridge that we deploy takes about $2,000 to $2,500 to set it up, electricity cost. We do grand openings that you were in attendance for. So all these type of things together per fridge, we're looking at $2,000 to $2,500.
2,000 to 2,500 per fridge.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So that's a good benchmark. If people want to start fundraising and donating, then that way we know what we're working towards. But thank you so much for that.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Thank you. I see no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Hassan, for
Thank
your
you,
delegation, and continue this amazing work that you're doing.
Thank you so much.
I have a motion to receive. Councillor Santos, all in favor of receiving the delegation? That carries. Thank you. Next, we have a delegation, item 6.3 from Lan Nguyen, Vice President External of Golden Age Village for the Elderly, and Ed Starr, Partner, SHS Consulting, regarding a request for Brampton to grant a 5-acre land parcel at 8950 McLaughlin Road to the Golden Age Village for the elderly for an inclusive campus of care. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Mayor, and all members of the council. On behalf of the board of the Golden Age Village for the elderly, we would like to thank you for the opportunity to come to the city of Brampton to make our case. I'd like to invite also my colleague, Dr. Pham, our Vice Chair of Internal, and Tanya Nguyen as the Secretary General for the Golden Age Village. Right? And we have the whole group here. We have also member of our board advisory and also other member of the board. So I just want to give you a quick, first of all, I think I would appreciate if I can get some more minutes, like 5 more minutes, because I think we're probably going to need.
To have 5 more minutes from Councillor Bowman. All in favor? That carries.
Okay, thank you. So Golden Age Village is a nonprofit organization, charitable. We've formed ourselves since 2014 with a lot of support, tremendous support from the Vietnamese community. And our goal is to build a first ever Vietnamese long-term care and also senior housing. And it has been 6 years, has a long journey, difficult, to look for a property so that we can build a home. But thanks to the support of Mayor Brown, thanks to the support of also the senior management of the city, Joe Puteri, Deb Brick, Claire Burnett, and specifically Paul Aldunate, will have, with their guidance, we were able to actually be presented with a beautiful piece of land, parcel located at 8950 McLaughlin Road. We are here today to ask specifically for your endorsement for the city-owned land to give so we can build the first ever long-term care and senior housing. And what I'd like to, this one first. But also I wanted to mention specifically, we are not building a long-term care for today. We are actually building a campus of care, a village for tomorrow to really last for the next 10, 20 years. And we're talking about building a model that where different generations can interact with each other. We'd like to also follow the Peel model, the butterfly model, that they're actually being proven very successful in bringing cultural experience, bringing heritage, bringing family connection together, and also very resident-centric. And this is where we felt that we're bringing to the city of Brampton a very, very modern and very cultural appropriate, for the residents. Okay. And we wanted to also get your attention that this is only one-time opportunity for not only for us, but also for City of Brampton to be able to leverage the funding by the Ontario government. They are actually going to be issuing the remaining 7,000 licenses for long-term care. And the deadline is March 31st this year. And all projects need to be completed by 2023. So we have about 4 years to go. And we are very excited to be able to be partnered with the City of Brampton to really bring this project to reality. So why the Vietnamese community? Why are we interested in City of Brampton? Right? Just want to give you a little sort of a snapshot of like Vietnamese community in Canada. We are about 250,000 spread over Canada. The concentration is in Ontario. We have over 100,000. In the GTA alone, we have over 73,000. And I wanted to draw your attention to that. In Brampton, I was quite surprised too. In Brampton, the Vietnamese community have grown quite fast. I mean, in our research, we found out it's actually have grown over 100% in the Brampton. In Mississauga, they are also been growing, but the concentration is around the GTA, Mississauga, Brampton, and Vaughan. Okay. And the Vietnamese community is now into the 4th generation. My parents came here when they were 45. My mom is now 90. I'm a happy young 70. And we have children, and we have also have grandchildren. So we are mature as a community. The business from the Vietnamese community and the professional community have actually made a significant contribution for the social economic of the province, but specifically in the GTA. So why GAVE? Of course, like any community, specifically the ethnic community, our seniors are struggling and they're desperate for many reasons. They have very limited social network, very limited in their language, as well as the mainstream long-term care does not actually meet their need, specifically in the diet, in the language. They feel very isolated to the point that sometimes actually they feel marginalized and they get into a lot of issues around mental health. And that actually is indication of how they ended up contributing to the crisis that we all have across the province, the whole end-whole medicine. They have nowhere to turn to, and they have no places, long-term care to turn to. So what we are here today in looking at what we want to build is a village and also a place for not just the Vietnamese community, but also for different community with different ethnic background. We wanted to build a village and continue care that we can partner with the academic, we can partner with the Brampton Ontario Health Team. We can also partner with the ethnic community here. And specifically, I'm quite excited to hear that Brampton and Ryson I have just signed an agreement on innovation zone. And also just earlier, listening to Green Brampton, we're quite excited because being able to build a green building is also one of our goals, so that we can actually contributing to climate change, right? And making sure that the whole nutrition, education, and practice in our village would also contributing to fight climate, but also protect the environment. One thing we also very mindful that we want to bring the three different generations, the senior, the family, and the young, the youth, so that we'll be able to actually help them to stay connected. More than ever, communication and connection between different generations is very important for the health of the senior. And being able to celebrate cultural, multicultural, be able to celebrate heritage. We know that heritage and cultural activity have a tremendous positive impact to the senior that lead them to also longer and happy life. And why Brampton? We did quite a lot of research on Brampton. And since 2017, Brampton already have a number of projections being done as part of Central West Lynn. And as you can see that in Central West Lynn, the long-term care bed, including the long stay bed also, is quite significant in the next 5 years. And when you go into Brampton specifically, this is 2017, that in the number of bed waiting for, in Brampton for long-term care. But when you go into specifically existing long-term care home in Brampton, I'm actually quite surprised to see that the number of people on the waiting list, all alone in Brampton, is quite significant. It's close to 2,500 people waiting up only from the basic bed, and then another 500 also around semi or private. So it tells that consistently, Brampton, like any other city, are facing a tremendous pressure on long-term bed waiting list, right? Right now, across Ontario, there's around over 35,000 also beds are needed for, the long-term care. So we would like to be able to contribute and respond not only to our own community, but also to the community in Brampton. We believe that our capital investment funded by the Ministry of Long-Term Care would bring in not only the socio-economic impact, but also contributing to the health well-being of the community as well. We know that by bringing the two main projects, the long-term care and the assisted living, independent living, we'll be able to actually create jobs during the capital projects, bringing a lot of goods and services, and also creating a lot of indirect impact to the supply chain. And on the ongoing basis, we'll be able to create jobs. According to a standard long-term care, we're going to need to have a one-on-one for each bed, meaning 160 bed for the long-term care, we need 160 position, right? And also for the assisted living and senior home, we also need to create another 40 jobs. So the job alone is one thing, but it's also bringing also traffic of businesses. We're talking about we want to be able to actually utilize the space for leasing to bring in retail, physiotherapists, pharmacy, coffee shop. Hopefully also in the surrounding area, we'll be able to create a lot of supporting businesses. So we are ready. We've been working at this for 6 years. It's been a long journey. We have now a very solid ground for us to get started. We are proud to say that we feel more than ready than many other organizations. Well prepared. We have a good governance in place. We have a good project management with HHS Consulting. We have a provincial support from the Minister of Seniors, from the Minister of Long-Term Care, from the Premier Office. And we have also a lot of support for the past 5 years also from the federal regarding the assisted living, and they're ready to fund as soon as we get the land. That's what they've been telling us, right? And then we also have a very strong financial support by Stonebridge Financial. They're going to help us for the next 3 years to help carrying out the whole financing of the capital infrastructure projects. And one of the specific areas that we're going to be proceeding in looking further is to create a lot of collaboration with Sheridan College, also with the hospital, William Osler, because we really want to be a modern digital campus of care. So we can utilize a lot of health technology. We can be part of Brampton digital ecosystem to really use technology to create that connection, but also be the ground, the test bed for a lot of health technology innovation. We believe that will be, we will be the first long-term care in Brampton that will be able to use a lot of innovative digital technology. So as I mentioned, the total capital budget is $85 million. I wanted to also mention that the Ministry of Long-Term Care do also fund the ongoing operating budget for us. For 160 bed, we're probably going to get around $7 million on an ongoing basis. And our plan, our strategy is hopefully we can go through the planning, the approval, and the design. We are really looking to have a groundbreaking at City of Brampton next spring. And hopefully we'll be able to complete the project as expected by the ministry by 2023, have the first patient admitted in 2023. And being able to have the first resident also in by 2022. So we are here. We're looking forward to get your endorsement. Your endorsement is really critical, not only to our application for the long-term care, but also is critical for our project to become a reality. It has been our dream for our communities, and also been a dream for many other communities across Canada. They're also waiting to hear from us. So we are very, very anxious to be able to be the model. And we're also looking forward to be part of Brampton. Brampton is a growing city, a lot of excitement. I call Brampton as a global Brampton. And this is a place for us to grow. This is a place for us to bring the community together and being able to contribute to the city agenda and be able to be a long-term care that Brampton can be proud of. And thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Wonderful presentation. I have Councilor Medeiros on the board.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for your presentation. Just for my colleagues, at the beginning when I was solicited to meet with you, and we a lot of us councillors, we get approached by different community groups who have aspirations about building a long-term care facility. I myself being Portuguese, I've been approached by the Portuguese community. So a lot of aspirations, and certainly when I met with you, I could tell you after 5 minutes I was floored. I was just, you have all the pieces in place. You've done your homework. You're in a, and when you look at these timelines, we're not talking about something in 10 years. It's you've done all the heavy lifting. When I spoke with staff, I was even more confident that this would be a great project for the city of Brampton. I sometimes chuckle the fact that maybe Wards 3 and 4 don't have all the recreational facilities, but we certainly have great examples of long-term care facilities. And you know, and that's why I sort of embrace this project. When I spoke to economic development staff, and I don't know when would be appropriate, maybe Paul, if you can maybe make some comments, just because it meets all our criteria. Excited to hear that you want to work with William Osler, that you want to work with Sheridan College. We just visited Sheridan College yesterday, and we were, so the fact that partnership, the fact that you want to belong to our innovation ecosystem, you basically, everything that we talk about, you've hit every box. And I'm excited, and I can just tell you as a little aside, some small businesses where I get some of my services from, one just happens to be a Vietnamese descent, and when I mentioned they know about this project, and when I said there's a possibility of coming to Brampton, wow, they were just so excited, telling me to let the organization know that they have family members ready to help in any way they can. So I can just imagine, and the fact that you mentioned that this is open for all community, all for the city of Brampton, that really was important to me. And Paul, before I put something on, I'd like to just hear just some of your comments, how it aligns with our economic development strategy. I know I saw it in the slides, but if you can just speak to it. And speak to maybe the urgency as well, why we're bringing this now, and what our role is in all this process.
Sure, through you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things that attracted me to this from a number of different components, and given my role in economic development, that was one reason why I got involved. And looking at this project, you're looking at the potential for 160 jobs directly from the establishment of a long-term care facility. And that's not to say what all the indirect jobs that can also be created from this as well. I don't have those numbers, but that's one of the things I think we're going to look more into. But there's the indirect services that are provided to this, of course, that are going to contribute to the economic development of the city and the area. And on that note, you asked about the urgency of this. And when they came to me, one of the first things we did was, or when they came to the city, one of the first things we did was reach out to the ministry, get an understanding of where they are in the process, and yeah, there is a sense of urgency. I mean, this is talking to the ministry and the staff there. They were very clear in that this is this kind of opportunity doesn't come along very often in terms of the funding for long-term care beds, and the window's closing. They're saying that the application process closes by March 31st. They've already given away about 50% of those beds, approximately 7,000 and change, and they're going to be giving another 7,000 as well. City of Brampton did get some of those beds in the past. Tullamore got a few beds. I believe Rivera Homes got a few beds, and as well as Holland Christian Homes. But this one would be the biggest chunk. And given that we just announced an emergency in healthcare, in hallway medicine, I think this could be a good contribution to help alleviate some of that. Anything we can do to help that, I think, is also a benefit. So there's two things that lined up over here. From an economic development perspective, the urgency that's been put on this by the ministry, and the fact that we did declare a hallway health emergency, and I think this could help contribute to alleviating that some of that as well.
Great. No, and thank you, Paul, and thank you for staff's work around this. And it does give us a sense of confidence that this is the right direction. I guess lastly, before I put a motion up, is that it's just opportune that McLaughlin becomes this corridor of having Holland Christian Homes, having possibly this place with Sheridan College. It really becomes sort of an example of how we're really building this long-term care strategic strategy across the city. But I thank you very much, and I do see other colleagues who want to speak, so I'm not sure. I'll hold my motion maybe till after comments, and then I have a motion to put up. But thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Vicente. Let me say congratulations on the very thorough work you've done. You've got every T crossed and I dotted, and it's very impressive. The fact that you've come to the city with already incredible fundraising by the community, partnerships with other levels of government. You're miles ahead of where I think we'd expect you to be, and it's very impressive, especially when we're having this grave tsunami right now. You know, I read the report on aging in Canada, and it talked about the grey tsunami, and we're not equipped. And you look at some of the wait times. You mentioned looking at the model at Yihong, and some of the wait times are 5 years.
Yes.
And so this is 7 in some cases.
7 years, yeah.
This is something the city desperately needs, and I just feel very lucky that it has sort of fallen into our laps, that you've done all this great work, and I think it would be a real privilege to have this partnership in the city of Brampton. And maybe, I'm not sure Paul mentioned this when Councillor Medeiros asked him the question, but what were the spin-off jobs? Maybe economic development could talk about that. How many spin-off jobs are associated with this partnership? I think ECDEV had that stat.
Well, what I can speak to you right now is the type of facility that they want to build. We're looking at about 160 direct jobs. And they also mentioned the construction jobs that are part of that, and there's about 70 to 100 construction jobs and project management jobs related to that. The spin-offs, in terms of an exact figure, I don't have that in hand. We know that it is substantial, but I do intend, if we tend to go down this path, is to come back with more of a specific number and some data to support the number of indirect jobs that will come from this.
And may I also add some note to, as I mentioned earlier, that we really wanted to collaborate with the academic, Sheridan College, and also with the hospital. We're looking also, and Ryerson in the innovation zone, we're looking also to hopefully create entrepreneur type of job, so that specifically in the health technology, using digital technology. And those are, it's very exciting because it doesn't fall into the traditional construction and project management and so on and so forth. It's actually create, as well as renewable energy as well around environment. It creates a different type of job that we feel in the healthcare sector and also in the digital healthcare sector, a number of new jobs going to come up. And that would really kind of benefit not only the college like Sheridan to create new programs. We talk about, also working with the college in developing a training program for nurses and personal support workers for long-term care. But not just those traditional jobs. We're going to actually looking in the next few years, 5 to 10 years, new jobs that are going to require to know how to use AI, how to use robotic, how to use. So those are the areas that we really want to be ahead of the curve. Thinking, put that thinking in design in our plan, in the architecture, so we can bring digital architecture and a traditional infrastructure and create those new jobs. And it's hard to say how many, but I'm quite excited to also think that that could be something that Brampton, City of Brampton, can be the leader in those areas. So I'd like to invite you to consider that as well.
I was thinking earlier last year, Councillor Vicente identified a project with hospice. At the time, hospice had arranged LIN funding, where if we built it, they would have funding from the province. And I thought at the time that was a great deal. Now you're coming to it and saying, you're going to build it, and you have funding. So it's a great proposal, and I'm really excited by this. So thank you for being here today. And thank you for presenting this. And I'd like to, after all the questions are done, I'd like to just get some advice what the next steps are and how we move this forward to meet the deadline that the province has.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Councillor Vicente. Thank you all of you for coming in and presenting this long-term care solution for Brampton. We have around 234 cultural groups, over 115 languages spoken in Brampton. So Brampton is a perfect city for us to be looking at culturally sensitive long-term care facilities. And when the discussion around seniors' homes and long-term care beds come about, I had long-term care facilities saying that they are getting calls weekly from the hospital asking for space. because, you know, they have seniors taking up the critical care beds
Yes.
in the hospital. And it is, you know, creating the backlog in hallway medicine, like you mentioned. So you're able to fill a need that is desperate in the city. And so I heard you mention at the end something around other culture groups are looking to hear what Brampton has done and what happens today. Can you explain why that is? Why other culture groups are eager to hear of this news?
I think as part of many different multicultural community group, there's always a challenge and a pressure in terms of capacity and also resources. So we have been approached by different groups in terms of the notion of sharing resources, but also support each other. So we visualize that, that's why we like the term of the village. The village, yes, is going to be catered for the Vietnamese primarily, but it's also going to be open for other groups because we believe living in Canada and being able to feel like you're part of a community, multicultural community, diversity not just ethnic, but also for different diversity sense. I think that creates a lot of interest because it's a place that people can come to, ask for sharing knowledge, sharing resources, but also being able to support. Well, that we might be able to lend a hand, for example, to the Cambodian or to the Southeast group here right in Brampton, or to the Laos, for example. Those are the smaller community, but on the broader and bigger sense, I think it's very important, and that's why we have that in design in mind. It can't be a closed door, it has to be inclusive. Inclusive from not just for senior, but also for not yet senior. I don't call myself senior, but you know, the younger generation, you know, they need to, I think being able to be connected, different generation and different group, really create a healthy, you know, and home-like setting, and also community setting.
That's right. Yes, absolutely. You know, you want to know, and I, as my parents get older, and we also, my parents were in the sandwich generation, my grandparents were alive. We also want to make sure that we're putting our loved ones in a place that feels like home.
Yes, yeah.
Right? So I think, you know, having this approach is absolutely needed, and I appreciate that other culture groups are keen to know what you've done, and I hope you don't keep all of your steps close to your chest, because I think there are other community groups that would really appreciate and benefit from, you know, your roadmap and the infrastructure that you've laid out, so that we see, you know, long-term facilities that are inclusive but also culturally sensitive.
Yes.
Right. So
and open.
Thank you so much for what you're doing, and I'm really happy to see your facility moving forward in any way we can support. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for coming. I believe it was very early 2015 that Councillor Willens and I actually met with you, and this vision has come a very long way. And as I was saying before you came up, you know, you've done it right. You've taken the time. You've followed all the steps, and you've come here with what seems like a wonderful plan. I thank you for that. Mayor Brown mentioned about the gray tsunami coming. I think Councillor Fortini and Councillor Willens and I, we're just on the salt and pepper wave. We haven't hit the tsunami yet, so we're going to be looking for things like this in the future. Some of the things you've said have been very, very interesting. You know, you want to start looking at digital healthcare, specialty servicing for nurses and PSWs, integration with Sheridan College, and as Councillor Madero said, we were there yesterday, and they've got a kinesiology wing there now that most people don't even know about. So, and that sounds very familiar because we just had 3 universities here, you know, a couple of weeks ago presenting to us about the possibility of something like that coming here to Brampton, servicing all those needs. So you know, that would be a perfect collaboration for you if that were to happen as well. As far as long-term healthcare beds, and I won't steal Councillor Paleshi's question, but have you talked to Holland Christian Homes about the type of services they offer in terms of the long care and how you might be able to build on what they offer and expand on that?
It's in our plan. We know that by looking around where are the long-term care home nearby, we know there's a senior center in that specific land at 8950. And when we're looking also at the hospital, looking at long-term care, and also the Brampton, Ontario Health Team. And our intention is really create a collaboration and also a partnership, because we believe that we can also help serving each other and sharing experience and sharing good practice and being able to create a common voice, for long-term care. I call it health care, it's a campus of care for Brampton. And expand that, into Mississauga and Vaughan, so that we can, because we're all part of Peel, right? So definitely that will be our plan to approach them, because we know that they just got also awarded a bed, and also there's another long-term care toll home, I think. Yeah, they also got upgraded as well. So we wanted to also look at in their upgrading plan versus their brand new, what are some of the things that we can look into and bring into our design, or share with them what we're thinking, so they can also leverage that kind of, because we've been doing a lot of research and talking to a different group and talking to people at Mars, for example, and there's lots of different ideas. Even in Japan, and we are also very excited to also have some connection in Japan. So looking at how they are using technology, digital technology, in the long-term care. They're quite advanced out there.
No, that's beautiful. I know Faith Manor at Holland Christian Homes. I remember when Holland Christian Homes was one building, and they've done a phenomenal job in our community. So, if you can emulate that, it's going to be phenomenal for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know what, I guess Bowman is a little bit in my head, thinking that he knows I'm going to ask, what question I'm going to ask. I know that, Councillor Bowman, I agree with Councillor Bowman, Councillor Willens, having one foot in your door already. And 14. But this is a unbelievable vision. I'm extremely excited to have you here today and to be a part of it. I think we're missing another level of government within with the region of Peel, and the support that we would have from the region. When you talk about some of the visions and that you have, it just, I had a wee Irish granny that suffered from dementia, and the Butterfly Project that's currently happening in Malton and coming from overseas, and I think it's one of the first in Canada. This is exactly what, this could align with that, and that's where the region would come into play and be there for the support. So I hope to see you at the region soon.
Yes, we will. That's our plan.
Excellent, excellent. And you'll have some regional councillors around this table that will be there supporting you in that. So thank you very much for coming.
Yeah, thank you for your support.
That's true.
Thank you. Councillor Fortini.
Thank you through the chair. Thank you for coming in. And these are the type of projects we like. I remember when the Holiday Inn in my area turned into a senior facility, and we had residents come over with houses trying to put seniors in a home. When you have 3-4 seniors, these type of projects is where you got the doctors, you got the nurse, you got the food. So I used to do a lot of work for Leisure World 10 years ago, and a lot of times they used to call me for emergencies at night, and I used to sit downstairs there and see how the seniors is, how they act, and they got the food. And that's the type of projects we need. I want to ask staff, so when it comes to projects like this, do we charge them development charges, or can we waive these type of DC charges for them to help them out?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, there are development charges that would apply to this, and they have, to their credit, have incorporated that within their business case. They can take advantage of the deferral program, so start paying development charges upon first occupancy, and then pay in installments for up to 6 years.
So they still have to pay the regular development charges, the
Yes,
same
they do.
charges portion?
If I could comment, could perhaps be requested of council to consider a waiver. We've seen that in other municipalities. For long-term care, it would be up to your own discretion, of course.
And I think Councilor Madero's done like an amazing job, so I think it'll probably be, it's up to him. He'll put it on the motion maybe, and we'll see what we can do to help you out. And hoping to see you all at the region.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Willens.
Yes, quickly through you, Chair, and I think Councillor Bowman alluded to it. I can't remember because of my age, as Councillor Flesch alluded to, but I'm glad you've talked about collaboration, especially with the youth and the seniors, because that's all part of our age-friendly strategy. We want to see more of that, so that's great. But also collaboration between the other long-term care facilities. I know when my mother went through the situation, I won't mention the names of the facilities, but she wasn't able to go back to the one facility because the extended care was full. But I don't know if they were aware that there was another facility that opened up some beds because they recognized the need in Brampton for that. So it's fortunate she was able to. Unfortunately, we only found out about it through a company called WeCare or through the hospital. But it's nice to see that there was a bit of collaboration with the hospital and the long-term care facility to open up some more beds, because there definitely is a need for Brampton. So I'm glad to see you're going to talk with, and Holland Christian Homes is probably one of the good ones to talk to, because I know they've done a lot in the last number of years. So, but collaborate with all of them, because they've got different things that they do, and it's nice that they can, because it's for the care of our seniors for sure. And I'll be there soon, Michael. Thanks, buddy. All right, thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. We're all headed in the same direction. So Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you. If you can bring up the motion, City Clerk. I was reminded by my colleague, Councillor Fortini, to, while the iron is hot from all the accolades and good thoughts, we bring up the motion up right now. And I would like to, I think, Councillor Paleschin, I thank you very much for having brought in the region. Is there anything that we can put in, a line of something as refer this to the region, or send a copy to the region? Okay, but I think in this, can we put this as an FYI to the region, or staff will simply reach out to them to let them know this is happening?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, this is one of the steps that I've asked the Gabe to actually undertake, is to approach the region.
Excellent.
So I think it's something that we should probably do. But just for your interest, the bottom, I think at the last motion there, it does mention Region Appeal as being a stakeholder to consult as we take part in the FCC land. So there'll definitely be some engagement there.
Good stuff. Okay, so I think I have a motion here, and seconded by Councillor Bowman, and sorry? Oh, that's right. Okay. Yep. And if I can get a recorded vote, please.
Would you like to read out the motion?
No, that's fine. It's, what is Councillor Paleschin, was it, taken as read? Yeah. Oh, these
So members of council, the motion is on the screen. We do have some members with questions. Councillor Fortini.
Yeah, I just wanted to add about development charges. Can we put that in there? Or do we have to come back to look into it?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I think it's premature at this time. I think we can come back with an answer on that. Right now, this motion, the way I believe it's set up, is to really get them in the window for the license application, which closes by March 31st. There's time afterwards to deal with the parameters of development charges and disposition of land, so we can deal with it then.
Thank you.
Councillor Singh.
I'm just a little bit confused. Are we giving 5 acres? Is that what this motion is saying? Or just want clarity on, I wasn't prepared that a motion was going to be thrown. I didn't know much about this. So can I just get some clarity on that?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I believe the way the motion is set up, it basically asks staff to report back the real estate holdings across the city, including an overview of the FCC site and potential options for disposition of the land and or long-term lease. So there's opportunity to discuss what that disposition looks like, whether it's a grant like they've asked from the outset, or whether there's if there's a market value to be assigned to this.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Sorry, but this motion is saying enter into discussion. That's different than a report back. with, that's not the same thing, right? Unless I'm misreading something, it says enter into discussion with Gabe for the purposes of designating the city. That's not a report back, that's straight into discussion.
Well, if you look at back, the second last says staff report back.
Yeah, but the first one is still saying enter into discussion. So if this passes, we automatically enter into discussions. If it passes like this.
What's the discussion? Yeah, I think we have provincial money on the table, we need to meet the March 31st
Deadline.
Not even signed.
So are we gonna get a report back, or are we just gonna go?
Perhaps staff can just
clarity.
give us
That's all I'm
their
saying.
initial
So,
interpretation of how they
through
read
you,
this.
Mr. Chair, the way I see it is we got the FCC lands are a big site. So it's approximately 50, 60 acres. So we're going to take some time to figure out where the best location on that site would be for this long-term care facility. What this motion does, I think, is it gets us in the window of the opportunity. It basically tells the province that we do like this proposal and we do want to move forward with it. We have opportunity still and flexibility to talk about what the disposition of land looks like. And that's basically what my perspective is on that.
Councillor Singh,
Keep going.
you're still on the board.
Yeah, so we will get a report back and then we can, so when would we be expecting a report back then around? Because it looks like we have very tight deadlines, right?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the way this motion is written, I don't know necessarily if we have to report back with a full report before the March 31st. I think this motion is enough to support their application, as long as the province knows that we're dedicated to helping them with this development and using the FCC lands. Once we figure out the exact location and what that disposition looks like, whether it's a grant or whether there's a market value, that's when we would report back. But that report, I don't believe necessarily has to come back before March 31st. I think what you have now, this motion allows them and gives us the flexibility and it allows them to fulfill their application to the province before the deadline.
Okay, so this would be attached to the application and then
Yes.
the report would come back just to strengthen the application. Okay,
Correct.
all right, I'm good with that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pleshy, speaking to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that, so I'm comfortable with the way it's written. I think we have to enter into a discussion prior to a report even coming back to council and given the constraints on the timeline, I think this is the right way to go. The only thing I'm hesitant is the gifting of property or what that looks like. You know, I would rather own the property, and if it was a 50-year lease at $1, like I'm good with that. I think I need staff to be able to do the work, come back, and but I'm not much of the supporter of gifting away land. So that's all, but I support the initiative 100%. You have that. Just with respect to the region, though, and what I kind of was hoping that not sending this to the region, because then it doesn't give you enough time to maybe come to the region and look for an ask there, but maybe with the potential of when you're ready to come to the region for the ask, that this accompany your delegation, so that so we do have this in front of us when you are delegating. I don't know how that looks. Maybe if the clerk can help me through that process and if we need to add anything or not.
Certainly following the meeting, we do prepare communications that will go to the delegation, and they will have written evidence of what happened here today that they can include in their delegation to the region.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Dillon.
Yeah, just some clarification. Was there a business case provided to ECDETS?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the business case has been provided to date is basically the presentation as well as the copies of their application. So there is a large application form which has a number of attachments to it, which spells out the business case that they're moving forward with.
Was council provided a copy of this?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the council was not provided with a copy of the application and all its contents, I don't believe. We can ask the delegate if they'd like to do that.
So, I'm not against the the application. But I would have assumed that the council would have been provided a little bit more information. I think this is the first time we're seeing the motion. Is that correct? Through the chair.
So through you, Mr. Chairman, given the urgency of this, there wasn't a lot of time to delve into this, given the application deadline is upon us. When we report back, we can certainly provide more details in terms of the business case, their application forms. All that would be part of the report. Again, I just want to reiterate that the purpose of this motion, I think, is to provide that level of comfort to the province and the delegate so that we can support their application and moving forward.
So the application is going to be submitted. This will strengthen their application. But there's been no guarantee of funding yet, though. That's only after the application process. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, that is correct. But given the discussions that staff have had with the ministry, they are looking very positively upon this application.
Right. So staff has had conversations with the ministry. Was council aware of that?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I think I did say it earlier in my in some of the points that I made.
So is that a yes or a no?
Yes.
Council was made aware?
No, I just mentioned it earlier on. There was a question about the process and where we've been going through this process, and I mentioned that staff did follow up and did talk to the ministry about their application and how they foresee their application proceeding. And the feedback that we've got from the ministry has been very positive. They really see that this is a well put together business case, a well put together application.
I understand that. Perhaps I'm not understanding you correctly. What I'm saying, what I'm asking is staff has had conversations already with the ministry. Was council made aware of these conversations?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, not until today. So, again, I'm not against the application, and I think Councilor Medeiros is supporting this project. Is that correct? You and Councilor Bowman? Yeah. But I think it might have been, I would have appreciated if we had been given a little bit more notice on this. It's 5 acres of land. It's quite a significant piece of land and, or chunk of land. But again, if there's a report coming back, I guess at that time there'll be a decision made by council. So I will support, but I think a little bit more information beforehand, because we're just seeing this right now. And so, but I will support for a report to come back.
Thank you, Councilor Dillon. Mayor Burke.
So I just want to say, provincial funding is rare. It's a fight for provincial funding. They've done all the hard work here. They've got their provincial funding. I know they've met with myself in the past over the last year. They met with the ward councillors, I understand. They've been meeting with staff over the last year, economic development and planning. There's been a number of meetings. They've been doing their due diligence. I guess there could have been an update to the broader council, but because this is a private venture, they're not asking the city for funds. That they've initiated this. They were looking at Mississauga, Vaughan, and Brampton. Obviously, our economic development department encouraged Brampton as the location. This is unique when they've done all the fundraising themselves. And so this was more of us making a pitch that Brampton would be a great location. I can tell you the mayors in Vaughan and Mississauga are going to be jealous. I know that's going to be the case. This just takes the next step. The province has said they have to have a location. In terms of the details on the agreement the city has with them, we can work that out and at a later date. But this just proceeds the ball to meet the provincial deadline of March 31st. So I think this is pretty straightforward. We'll have an opportunity to check back in after the next stage and make sure that everyone's comfortable with the details of this arrangement. But we're getting funding for seniors in Brampton that every community will be accessible to, just like the Yihong Center. It's primarily Chinese, but everyone is welcome in, and they actually have floors that are Punjabi specific in the Yihong Center. We're getting money for our seniors at no cost to the city. I think this step is a no-brainer in the right direction, and we'll make sure that city staff keeps us well informed of all the details. I think the indication from council is we want to know the details. I think they've heard that loud and clear. And so Paul and his team and Richard will make sure that we get a briefing on this before it gets finalized.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. I'll give the final word to Councilor Medeiros.
Yeah, and my apologies, and to my colleagues, just to, again, staff did a great job working with the area councilors, keeping us informed, but it reached a point where we had to pull the trigger just because of the provincial deadline. So I maybe could have done a better job, I guess, going through budget and everything else that we're going through. I could have shared information previously, so you know, I apologize for that, but essentially, you know, and that's why I thought it was important for economic development. You know, when they told me that it met every strategy that we talked about, and we have a group that has everything in place, it just because of timing. So I do take note of it, but I do want to just reaffirm that staff kept us in the loop during this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We have a request for a recorded vote. So members of council taking the motion as read.
Recorded vote on the motion on the screen. All those in favor, please stand. Indicating in favor, I have Councillors Dillon, Councillor Singh, Councillor Fortini, Councillor Williams, Councillor Medeiros, Chair Vicente, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Palashi, Councillor Willens, Councillor Santos, Mayor Brown.
Thank you. Congratulations. And may I have a motion to receive the delegation from Councillor Willens? All in favor? That carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Keep up the good work. Members of committee, we now are moving forward on to item 6.4, a delegation from Lori McKee, the Director of Public Affairs and Stakeholder Relations at Greater Toronto Airports Authority, with respect to Count on Pearson leveraging Ontario's strategic advantage, the airport employment zone, and Union Station West. Welcome.
Thank you very much, and good morning. Thank you very much to Councillor Singh for inviting us here today, and we appreciate your time and you adding us to your agenda. You have a busy day, for sure. Again, my name's Lori McKee. I'm here with a couple of my colleagues. So Brittany Maxwell, who's sitting here, but I'm also going to share the presentation with my colleague, Numair Barry. Numair is the Manager of Regional Ground Catchment. I think our presentation may be slightly over 5 minutes, so if we can indulge you for a little bit extra time, we'd appreciate that.
Carries. We will give them more time.
Thank you very much. So as noted, we're here to talk to you today about our vision for a regional transit center at Pearson, and we're here to particularly speak about how we believe there could be better connections between the City of Brampton and the airport and the benefits that that could provide, not just to the airport, but to the employment zone and to the exciting plans that Brampton has for its own development. A little bit of stats around the airport, which probably aren't unfamiliar to you. We surpassed 50 million passengers last year, which puts us in that 50 million puts us in that mega hub stratosphere of airports. We expect the airport to grow to about 85 million passengers. We continue to add new routes and new frequencies. And of course, as the largest airport in Canada, we also like to talk about the entry point we are into North America. We are the second largest in terms of international travelers in North America, next to JFK, sixth most connected airport in the world. People don't travel to airports. We know they're traveling to do business, to visit friends and families and be tourists. So really we are established to facilitate the economy, and that we do very closely in connection with our neighbors and the City of Brampton. Jobs and economic activity that's supported as a result of airport activities. It's about 6% of Ontario's GDP. Lots of imports, exports, and foreign direct investment. And I know you have a very aggressive FDI strategy here at the city, and we look forward to supporting that. In terms of employment, every airport in the world, no matter where they're located, is an anchor and a magnet for jobs. There's 50,000 people that work inside the fence at the airport. 10,000 of those are residents in the city of Brampton. Here's an example of one business that we know, and there are many. This is just one example of a business that does rely on the connectivity that the airport provides. So Sahiba Fashions is a business we've talked to who says they really do rely on the routes and frequencies they can have to get into India, given the support that provides for their business in particular. The lands around the airport are a significant anchor and magnet for jobs, as I mentioned. The Neptis Foundation did some planning work a number of years ago that identified the lands around Pearson as the second largest employment zone in the country, first being downtown Toronto, but second being Pearson area. The challenge is with a lack of good transit connectivity. 94% of the people coming to work in this area are taking cars, and that's creating lots of challenges with respect to the impact we're having on the environment and congestion. Congestion's a challenge that we're all facing every day. It's going to get worse if we don't do anything about it. It's costing our economy. The airport employment zone has 1 million trips each and every day coming in and out by vehicle, and making us, this is a stat from the city of Toronto, the 6th worst major city in the world for congestion. So we're looking to make some changes that will help to change that car-based mentality. We think there's some challenges we need to get past. Some of it has to do with the need to think about transit and think about planning in a more regional way. The airport's surrounded by 3 different municipalities. There's been a fragmentation in terms of how planning has happened. And we did a report recently that we've shared with councillors, and we'll send a soft copy around as well to all staff here, that shows people don't really care about the regional boundaries. When they're trying to get from A to B, it doesn't matter. So we are talking about the need for a better facility at the airport that could play a role as a hub in the region, the way Union Station does, help businesses attract and retain talent. This map shows you how, Pearson doesn't sit on the northwest corner of Toronto anymore. It's sitting in the smack dab of huge city region. We need to better connect the workers in the employment zone and at the airport to their jobs. We need to connect passengers trying to get to their flights, but we also need to be thinking about how we're moving people around our region in better ways, so that if you're living in Brampton and you're working downtown, you can get there. If you're living in Brampton and you're trying to get across the region to the north, across what we call the Northern Arc, you can get that job in Vaughan. We also want to make sure that people can live and work in Brampton. We know that's a very strong goal that you have as a city, is to try and to change that pattern. So we think the investments that we're talking about will help that as well. We've partnered with Metrolinx to do additional study on a number of the lines you can see on this map. One that we're very excited about that's moving forward very quickly is the Eglinton Crosstown, with a commitment from the province to see that connect to the airport. One more close to home here would be the Kitchener GO corridor, and we're looking at, and partnering with Metrolinx on a study that would see that GO corridor connect into a new facility at Pearson with a direct connection. Also looking at better connections to the Highway 407 corridor, Finch LRT. These are projects that will take some time. LRTs take less time than bending major corridors like a GO corridor. But we want to start to talk more deliberately about with you and your staff is how can we look at some of the short-term opportunities, some of the best bus connections. We've seen some success already. Mississauga has MyWay 100, which they've improved the frequencies from Mississauga into the airport. We've seen increases there. We know the GO Bus 40 has increased frequencies across the 407, and we're seeing increases there. We've seen some good advancements of some of the bus connections with Brampton to date, but we think there's some more opportunities that we can work with you. There's been some good support for this concept of Union Station West. I mentioned Eglinton Crosstown as being a priority for the province. The commitment we've made to date is to invest about $78 million from the GTAA in studies, and those are advancing. We're working with Brampton Board of Trade on the Connect the Corridor Coalition, and we've had support from the Toronto Regional Board of Trade. Had a really interesting time last week. We had a chance to come out and meet with some of your staff in the planning department and transportation to talk to them about some of the plans you have. very impressive, the plans that you have in terms of the redevelopment for the city. Brampton is growing very quickly, and we see lots of opportunities to continue to work with you. Part of your redevelopment includes thinking about how transit can support that development. You have lots of land available, which is a luxury that some communities don't have. So as you look to attract businesses to invest here, there's opportunities to do that in ways that help to support the connectivity that we play as well. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Numair to speak more specifically about some of the opportunities that we see in terms of bus connectivity.
Perfect. Well, good morning, Councilors, Chair, and Mayor. What you see here is an indication of what Brampton means for the city of, or for Toronto Pearson. 10,000 plus employees live in Brampton, and what may come to a surprise is that there are more people who live in Brampton that work at the airport than that live within the city of Mississauga, where Toronto Pearson is located. Of those people who live in the city of Brampton, 13% take transit, meaning that the remaining 87% rely on an automobile to get to and from work. Our goal in the next few years is to try to change that behavior to increase transit mode share at the airport, and we've been collaborating and working with your colleagues in Brampton Transit to see that happen. What we've also been doing is trying to demonstrate what we can do at the airport itself to make operational efficiencies better for transit, as well as encourage the adoption and remove those barriers that passengers and employees see to get to the airport. Today, or in the last year, we've added transit capacity at our terminal curbs to provide additional supply to make operations easier today, as well as to plan for additional services in the future years. In addition, we're looking at rationalizing our airport roads so that we can get transit vehicles in and out as quickly and easy as possible, while also improving the customer service. We've also been working with other partners, including Metrolinx, on innovative programs. Last year, we also launched a airport employee Go Fare pilot program where GTA and Metrolinx are subsidizing 50% of airport employee Go Transit fares when they commute to and from the airport. That one-year pilot includes benefits for Brampton residents, including allowing those discounts to apply to Malton Go, so that Brampton residents can take advantage of the Kitchener Go corridor. And we're also honoring the existing co-fares that Go Transit has with Brampton Transit to be able to manage those first mile, last mile connectivity issues. That pilot has seen strong response, so we know that employees are looking towards taking transit, and it's really about targeting and making sure that we're reaching them and providing good service. Today, this is a map that shows, they're identical maps on both sides, but the left map clearly shows where airport employees live within the city of Brampton. And that line that goes through the middle is the Brampton 115, the Airport Express, that operates Monday to Sunday, 5 a.m. to about midnight. That service is pretty much responsible for that 13% mode share, which is pretty remarkable for when you look at our other colleagues who operate at the airport. When you look at one transfer connections to and from Brampton and the airport, 40% of people are within a reasonable walking distance to the airport. When we start to look at the opportunity for other types of services, for example, the 505 that currently terminates at Malton Go, if you were to consider extending that service to the airport and including the airport, that connectivity for those reasonable walking distances go from 40% to 80%. And so we feel strongly that providing direct bus connections and providing those first mile, last mile connectivity can really enhance the coverage especially for areas in Brampton, especially those underserved areas. And we see a lot of value in connecting Brampton Transit to a lot of those other facilities and other services at the airport, including TTC, MyWay, Go, and other regional services, including Greyhound.
So as Numair said, we have worked closely with city staff and Brampton Zoom. We had some roundtables last year, and the report was produced at the end of November. And one of the big conclusions of that was that statement I made that people don't really care about municipal boundary lines when they're trying to get from A to B. A copy of that report has been shared with you. We continue to have regular roundtable conversations with transit operators to make sure that we understand the impediments that they have to a better and more frequent service to the airport, and seeing how we can help to break those down. We also are be launching one of the cost-shared studies with Metrolinx very shortly, and it's an airport area study, and that will have technical engagement with city staff and transit operators as well. So we'll be engaging with your folks on that very soon. So with that, we thank you for your time this morning. We're happy to take any questions you may have of us.
Have questions? Councillor Willens.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you for coming in. This is exciting. We've known about this project for quite a while. I sit on the Partners in Project Green, so this has been we've been talking about this for quite a while. You're working with probably one of the best transit committees in the country, is with Alex and his staff. They're fantastic. This is actually probably, maybe Alex could fill me in a little bit on it, but this is actually probably going to help our transit to other employment areas in Brampton that are between, let's say, here and the airport, because we've sometimes had to adjust some of our routes. We've gone into businesses on economic development calls in the past, and they've talked about what can we do, and some of them we've changed some of our transit routes to adjust for people, to make it easier for them to get to work and to use our transit facilities rather than driving. So I think this would actually just be an added bonus because the routes are there, and maybe we may see increased transit within our city going to employment because of this terminal. So keep up the good work, and let's move this forward. I think, Alex, I'm probably correct on saying that, likely?
Absolutely, and through the chairmanship, clearly any services that we put down to the airport cross boundaries of other employment areas that better serve those areas, so absolutely.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Dillon.
Thank you. First, I appreciate you guys coming down today and giving an update. Very, very interesting. And I actually thought we were at 5,000 residents of Brampton who work there, but it's 10,000. My brother works there as well, and so I get a chance to go for the past few years and see all the developments there. So I just want to say you guys are doing an amazing job. And what I also really appreciate is the constant emails and updates we get from you. So we're always in the know, and you might think that we don't read it, but we actually do read them. Just in terms of transit, the 505, I believe, is that correct? That goes directly to the airport. I'm just wondering, what is it? No, sorry, it doesn't go direct to the airport. It goes to the GO station, and there's plans for it to go directly there. I'm just wondering, since there's so many people who work in Brampton, how would it help the GTA? How would it help the Pearson if we had that direct connection?
Speak to the 4080.
Yeah, exactly. So this slide, what we were trying to indicate here is that today, under current conditions where you'll just have the 115 serving to the airport, about 40% of people are within a reasonable walking distance to a one transfer connection to the airport. With that 505 extension, because of the nature of that route and where it crosses into different areas of Brampton, that connectivity goes from 40% to 80%. So 80% of Brampton employees would be connected within one transfer connection to the airport. The 505 extension is just one example of what we want to see happen, or what we would like to see at the airport. There are other pieces, other low-hanging fruit, for example, extending operational hours to better align with our airport employees' starts. So, for example, I mentioned the 115 starts at 5 a.m. Our peak employee shifts start as early as 3 a.m. And so those are those service operational gaps that we've been discussing with Brampton Transit to see how we can better align services with airport activity. And we're also aware of plans about Bramalea Corridor and potentially turning that into a Zoom service. So that was just one example of what we could see happen, and we're working consistently with Brampton Transit to see what those opportunities could look like.
So if you were able to, so say if there was a direct connection, you said it would go from 40 to 80%. Are you able to quantify the benefit of that, whether it's, economic or financial benefits, or benefits to service at Pearson?
To quantify the economic, it's a great question. We've been measuring it mostly in qualitative for example, something like this is something that we can do in quantitative, but what we do see is what does that mean for Brampton residents who live in those areas that are underserved? When you start to look at that map, you pretty much see that everywhere where employees live, they're pretty much covered. And what we mentioned earlier about the hubbing component of the airport, where employees are not necessarily the only people who could be potentially using the service. Right. It's Brampton residents who need to get somewhere outside of the region, and they have now access to Greyhound and other out-of-town services, as well as connecting to areas outside of downtown Toronto, for example, because they have a hubbing facility at Toronto Pearson.
Would you see, so in terms of like the Up Express, do you think there'd be a significant uptick in the ridership if this was, if we had a direct connection?
Yes. So right now what we see is with the 115 and where it provides its service. We can't quantify that yet. That's something that we're hoping to quantify with this consultation and this broader airport area study that we're working on. But with the higher frequency under the Zoom service and the better types of buses and the customer convenience, we would expect a higher service and higher ridership. It wouldn't just be people moving from the 115 to a different type of service.
Right. So if I was to ask staff, like, what's the holdup? Are you able to answer the question?
Through Chair Vicente to Councillor Dillon, I think it's always prioritizing where our demands are and utilizing our resources effectively. And to your point, there's always benefits to increasing services. It's just quantifying that balance between the two. I know the 115 that we have a limited express service has been growing substantially. We've been working closely with the Airport Authority on looking at what are the work shifts and how we can better accommodate that through that. But 115, as you know, only services the Bramalea corridor, going directly to the airport. We are looking at a future Zoom service along Bramalea that would then eventually change that 115 into a Zoom route, and that's part of our transportation master plan. But clearly, the airport road one that we have right now on the 505 goes through the, from the westerly side of our municipality to the east and down Airport Road, currently terminating at Malton Go. There are provisions to look at expanding that down to the airport. It's just a matter of when is the right time, and we have current connections there with Mississauga that allows people to travel. But again, it's a connecting point where you have to transfer, so there does cause pain points.
Is there any time frame that we're looking at?
We're hopeful that within the next budget year, we could look at expansion through that. I mean, and as our CAO Barrick has put out yesterday, there are provisions if you can ratchet up or ratchet it down, depending on what council's direction on in terms of the priorities on looking at expansion of services, and that could be one that could be considered through the budget process as well.
Thank you so much. And I think the opportunities, just speaking to that in particular, are great, particularly for Ward 9 and 10, where we do have a lot of people heading in that direction. And so, I look forward to conversations with staff going forward and with you guys as well. Thanks so much for coming. Really appreciate that.
Thank you. Just one point I wouldn't mind adding is, there's the existing employees who are using or not using transit. We'd like to get more people on transit, but one of the things that I think Councillor Willems was mentioning is that you hear from businesses and the challenge they have attracting talent because of a lack of transit. You also hear from workers who may not be able to take a job because of a lack of transit. So it's the future employment, it's the future businesses who are looking to invest in their ability to choose Brampton as a location. And so you have to think about the investments you make in terms of the benefits that would have into the future as well. So not just the current employment base, but the future base.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Singh.
And that actually leads perfectly into what I wanted to get into, the future employment base as well. Because I see that we're looking at 85 million passengers by 2037. So I'm assuming the amount of jobs are also going to increase proportionally as well. And the whole point of having GTA come here today was just to give that additional viewpoint of the value of having this route. Economic has done well, transit has done well, but I've been attending the meetings and know the vision of Union West and fully buy into that vision. I myself am a proud user of the UP Express as well to get to downtown. And, but I want to make sure that as these jobs come, that our workforce in Brampton is competitive. And I think this helps to make sure that they're competitive. And the mayor has been really big on economic development and making sure that we have access to good paying jobs. And also, but what also hit me is another stat. You said 94% currently take cars, and we can help get those cars off the road. It really helps with our climate change initiatives. You also said one more thing, which I thought was very interesting. We have less of a population than Brampton, Mississauga, maybe 100,000 less, I'm assuming, give or take a little bit. But we have more people working at the airport than Mississauga. And so this is a real economic driver for our community. And on top of that, we have the airport employment zone as well, which I know the mayor, along with economic development, has been using as an FDI strategy and really promoting it globally as well. So I know we're going to be talking about this at budget. We have an item on considerations of optional investment and efficiency consideration, and I saw this route in there, so we'll save those for there, but just wanted to highlight, I guess, the importance of this. I actually talked to somebody, I'm going to segue a little bit. I talked to somebody at 6 in the morning today on my Instagram about this route. And they currently drive a car. They had left me a message about something else. They ended up being still awake, and they were really excited about this. And they said the hours are definitely an issue, and you mentioned it. They said it would be more meaningful if it was 24 hours, because a lot of the employees, as you mentioned, the peak hour is at 3 a.m. Could you just clarify that?
Yeah, the earliest we see some of the peak activities starts as early as 3 a.m. for employees.
Yeah, they were saying that it makes sense to do a 24-hour route, but it would definitely add significant value for our residents, especially those working at the airport. I just wanted to, I guess my last point is, I just wanted clarity if I'm understanding this correctly. So currently, somebody taking the 505 would pay their fare, go to Malton Go, and they get a transfer to the airport.
So through the chair, if a passenger pays a fare on Brampton Transit and they go to transfer at Mississauga Transit, for example, they have a 2-hour valid transfer within the Greater Toronto Hamilton area to transfer free of charge.
Okay.
So if they pay that fare, that transfer is free within the 2 hours of payment.
But you only get to do one transfer per purchase, or can you do multiple transfers then?
You can do multiple transfers as long as within their 2-hour window of the time of purchase, or the time of paying the fare.
Okay, got it. Just wanted some clarity. Okay. You know, when we open it up to a direct route to the airport, obviously we could see from the maps as well, it opens up a bigger area, which is also very important. And it's not just about the people working there now, but potentially in the future. And so thank you very much for coming as well.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you so much for your presentation. Councillor Singh, can I get a motion from you to receive the presentation?
Absolutely. Thank you.
All in favor? That carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Members of Council, next we have item 6.5, a delegation from Mohammed Faki, the President and CEO of Paramount Fine Foods, regarding the Canada Strong campaign. And we can bring forward correspondence item 8.4.1. Mohammed, welcome.
Thank you and good morning. Mayor, thank you very much for allowing me to come and speak to all of you. City Councillor, Chairman, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. The downing of civilian airline in Iran and the death of 176 people, including 57 Canadians and 29 permanent residents, has united us in disbelief, anger, and grief. In the shadow of this tragedy, we have the opportunity for all of us Canadians from different cities, different provinces to come together and join to support with the generosity, kindness to all the other communities. On Monday, January 13, I announced Canada Strong campaign, a campaign for $1.5 million to support these Canadian families who died in the attack. And it's managed by Toronto Foundation and the Denton LLP to maintain and ensure transparency and accountability. For the families, this will provide important financial support as they endure the most difficult time imaginable. It's also a chance for all of us, their fellow citizens, to express our support in a way that will make a difference, but a difference that really matters to them. I was proud among the people to start this campaign and to actually donate my own personal money. Above and beyond, I decided to actually cut a check for all the expenses to make sure that this campaign, every dollar that we raise, will go directly to the victims and the families affected. These Canadian passengers on the Ukrainian airline were mothers, fathers, our brothers and our sisters, their sons and daughters. They were friends, neighbors, colleagues, and co-workers. They were celebrating and working towards important milestones in their life. They were young and old. Above all, they were Canadians. And that's what I'm here to say. A lot of people during my new job, apparently becoming a professional beggar and calling people and they're saying, not Mohammed again, asking for money. I heard a lot. I heard, why didn't we stand up beside the Ethiopian airline? I heard, why didn't we stand up with other tragedy? Well, if we didn't, I'm sorry as Canadian. Maybe I should have started another campaign that time, but I was building my business and I didn't maybe pay attention, and I apologize, I should have. But it doesn't mean that we do not start today. It doesn't mean that we do not set an example for all of us to come together today. And it doesn't mean that that will not set an example for all of us moving forward to do the same. I understand that Brampton do not have Iranian affected, but we need to stop. I'm a Lebanese Canadian, and the other person is an Italian Canadian, and the other person is an Indian Canadian. We are all Canadian. We are all part of a big family, and family do come together in the time of need and pain. And the best way, when I met Mojna a week ago, was a day before Valentine. She stood up on stage and I asked her to come speak. She lost her husband. He was a dentist that just spent $80,000 to gain reaccreditation. And that $80,000 was a loan from a bank that she signed as a co-signer on. He went to visit his mom and he never came back. She has 2 children. And now she's responsible to pay back that $80,000. She was telling the story how Valentine was the only day that they celebrate together for him and her, and how this Valentine he will not be beside her. We fundraised that day around $50,000 for them, but most importantly, there was a jeweler that put up something to auction, and the room decided to buy it for her as her Valentine gift. That said, what she told me on the side, that the money that we'll be giving her, even if I were to raise the $1.5 million, will be only $55,000 per person after the $25,000 of the government. And that will only last her and her family 7 months, and possibly 4.5 months if she has to pay for the funeral. The government of Canada, a month and a half after, 4 weeks after, decided to match everything we raised. So if we were to raise $1.5 million, they will match and pay another $1.5 million, and that will be $3 million. But if you factor the $3 million divided by the 100 people affected, it will be, again, less than $50,000 per family. And in these days will not last too long, especially for people who has children. So what I'm here for is to ask you to hopefully join our Canadian family and help as a city of Brampton. As you all know, I run a business. As you all know, I'm not Iranian. You all know, possibly you don't. I don't know any of the victims personally. I just heard that there is Canadians, families, Canadian-Iranian family that need us, and I decided to step up. I've been traveling Canada the last 3 weeks to raise money for these families. And I have raised so far, including this morning, the city of Mississauga came up with $246,500 with city businesses and community centers. Mayor of Mississauga led the way with that initiative, and today they presented the check, and I came straight from there to here, because me and Mayor Brown, I've been pestering everyone, and I will not be stopping until the next 48 hours that we have only the match of the government. Unfortunately, we couldn't extend the match, but I would love to bring a great news to those Canadian families after a very sad tragedy news. And the only good news will be that we met our target. Canadians came together. People who doesn't know them, cities that they didn't live in. I'm always asking you to think about and look at the bigger picture. And the bigger picture is, I'm sure every one of you will help someone they don't know. They help someone that they don't live beside them. They live the next street, the next city, right? And that's the Canadian way. That's what I learned when I came to Canada. Every single one of you had helped me to build my business in Brampton. Every single one has helped me to become the person I am today. And I hope we can help these families and the children like Ryan that said to me in Ottawa that his dad's best friend, he lost his dad. His dad's best friend walks in with a grocery every third day. He said, "Uncle, what if he one day stopped forgetting to walk in with a grocery? How do I eat? I have no one here." I'm asking you all to think about these people like their own children. And I'm not good at this. I'm just trying my best. And you all know I'm the first time on the side of actually asking people for money. Usually at my office, we got a lot of calls to support initiative, and we try always our best. I have committed Paramount, part of the DNA, part of our culture, to give back to the community that gave me the most. So thank you very much for this opportunity. And I'm happy to answer a question if I know how to.
Thank you, Mr. Faki. I have Mayor Brown on the board. Mayor.
Well, thank you, Mohammed, for joining us today. I know you have a busy schedule, and it's been great to see you rally momentum behind this Canada Strong campaign. It makes us particularly proud that a business owner from Peel Region, a business owner from Brampton, has taken national prominence on this campaign. And Paramount does have a facility in Brampton, so although you live in Mississauga, we can claim you as one of our own as well. Is that right?
Yes, without you, actually, I wouldn't be able to feed the other 80 locations around the world, because my main kitchen is in Brampton, and we employ over 65 employees there.
And whereabouts is your main kitchen, for those that don't know?
A commissary kitchen that actually cooks for and prepare, and we ship every night to every location across Ontario.
Right there in Brampton. So a Brampton entrepreneur, a Brampton business, and I would say Mohammed has not forgot about the city of Brampton. He doesn't advertise this, but we have an entrepreneur center at the city where businesses can mentor emerging businesses, and he's one of the volunteer coaches. So as much as he's busy around the country building the Paramount empire, he has not forgot about Peel Region and about Brampton, and we're grateful for that. I've always said that if one community is attacked, we're all attacked. And you're right when you say that the Persian community is not one of the larger communities in Brampton, but we did have a teacher that works at the local Islamic school that was one of those that perished in this tragic crash. And so that shook the school, that shook that community. You know, when we saw the attack in Christchurch, New Zealand, I remember we had all faith leaders come to City Hall and pray together, and we said, if one community is attacked, we're all attacked, because that's in our DNA in Brampton. We love our mosaic, and we stand up for each other. I'm impressed that you got the federal government to announce this program, matching funds. We've been trying to get money out of the Prime Minister for a number of projects, so we're going to have to get some advice from you on how to get money out of Justin Trudeau. We've got a few transit projects that Alex has in mind that we would love his contributions for. But in all seriousness, the fact that you've been able to rally the federal government behind this, you know, obviously we're not of the same size as the city of Toronto that has a large Persian community, but I certainly think that we should contribute to this campaign. I understand there's a deadline for the matching funds that is coming up rather rapidly, and so this is the last opportunity for us to support the Canada Strong campaign. So I understand that Councillor Pelestri and the clerk's office were working on a motion, but I think there's going to be a number of questions. But I think this is a great initiative, and thank you for coming to our City Hall. You should have come earlier. I know I saw you at Toronto City Hall, Mississauga City Hall, but you're here before the deadline. That's all that counts. So thank you for being the passionate advocate you are. And of course, I think it's only the fact that almost every GTA city is part of this. It would be unfortunate if we were not part of this momentum to help these families that face such horrific tragedy.
Thank you, Mayor, and I apologize that I'm late, but I wanted to be, honestly, I don't know how to do this, and I wanted to go through you, and you were away, and I was planning to wait for you. So I was I really don't know. I'm figuring it out. Hopefully next time I'll do a better job, but I apologize again. So I'm trying to learn how to do it. And quite honestly, the way I do it is different. And people say, oh, you do it that way, and you get media. No, we get media because we want to raise much bigger money than the money that I can actually do it, and give an opportunity to this young entrepreneur, including here in Brampton, the people that we mentor in Brampton, to be part of the community, because purpose is part of the reason why people can get talents in their company and why people stay in their company when they see their company doing something good to the community. So, Mayor, I think Brampton has a great opportunity to actually show that even if we didn't have someone affected, we're part of this Canadian family. It would be easier and it would be automatic for a city to support if they had people affected. But that's what, and I'm not saying anything that you don't know, you probably can't teach me that. That's exactly what leadership means. It's just when you're not affected 100%, but you feel like that oneness to those people. So I really thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. And even if I leave with nothing, I left with meeting you, sending the message, and hopefully you tell your children that there is someone that didn't know any of these people. Try to do this and make it happen.
Thank you. Next up, I have Councilor Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I have to tell you first, I hope there isn't a next time where we see you asking for anything like this again. And I have to say, when it initially happened, I went through a series of emotions, and I think more so than I've ever really felt before in my life, or maybe I just had the ability to identify some of those emotions, and I'm sure members of council and people did as well. But I felt very sad to start, and that was before I truly understood that how many Canadians were actually on board. I knew there was Canadians on board. I didn't know if there was any Bramptonians on board, and then I felt angry, and just like a lot of other people that took to social media, they wanted justice, and but then when my emotions continued, I identified the fact that I just, finding out that there were Canadians, reached out to Mayor Brown to see if he could find out if any were from Brampton. He immediately got on the horn and started making calls. But when it came down to it, and then the images of people that started hitting the media, it was a serious tragedy that affected all Canadians, and it didn't matter if you were from Brampton, Mississauga, or anywhere. Being Canadian didn't matter if I'm of Irish descent or Italian descent.
Absolutely.
It's just the fact that we're all Canadians. So I had a good conversation with Mr. Mayor, and I'd like to put a motion on the floor. I recognize and support the comments of Mayor Brown, that we're not Toronto and we're not Markham, we're not Mississauga, but we're still Canadian. So the dollar figure that I'm looking to add to this, I'm certainly open to suggestions, but I'm thinking if there's ever an opportunity where the federal government can match dollar for dollar, I think a $25,000 from the general rate stabilization on behalf of Bramptonians for all Canadians is a starting point. So I'd like to put that on the floor, and I look forward to comments from other members of council. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Kelechi, for the motion. Have questions or comments on the motion, Councilor Derry?
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Mohammed. Certainly, your reputation and what you've done in terms of your philanthropy, supporting causes. So to be here is very unusual, and I understand that. And just in terms of, you can, I'm going to support this motion. I thank you, Councillor Kelechi. I thank Mayor Brown for doing this. And and here in Brampton, there is a tradition of us not being insular. We jump to stage and action to help the cause, help the Canadian cause, which you've highlighted. You know, we have our situations where our staff have gone to other communities to support in any way, be it our first responders. And so certainly this is aligned with what we're doing. Can you just reiterate maybe, so for folks who may be the public who might not understand, you know, this money is going to be used for the victims. So it's not going to go to administration, it's not going to, if you can just reiterate that for us.
So to make sure, number one, this, as you know, as Mayor Brown said, that the federal government will never get involved if they didn't check the entire process and make sure that it's going to be 100% done. And this is, I think, the first campaign that the federal government will be cutting a check to Canada Strong. So they will not actually divide their portion of match on their own. Like, this is how much the level of a trust that this is going to happen. So all the funds will come to Toronto Foundation, and that they have enough expertise with Toronto Strong campaign distributing $6.2 million and a couple other campaign above $4 million on distribution. And they will not distributing, they will hold the funds, and their fee will be paid separately by myself, my company, my foundation, cutting a check for the fees. Every media you're seeing, the involvement of all social media, all the videos we're putting out are paid separately by Faki Foundation, which is my foundation for charity. So the funds we raised today, up to today, $1,246,000. And that $1,246,000 up to today, at this moment, this minute, it will be 100% to the victims' families, friends, and to go straight to their funeral cost, and with the match included. So the way the distribution will be, and I'm sure you all know, there is a certified donee that has to take the money from Toronto Foundation, and that's going to be the City of Toronto account. They're doing me the favor of doing that. And again, everyone is donating their time and their efforts for nothing. And then Denton LLP, which is one of the biggest law firms in Canada, they are doing a pro bono, the legal work, the documentation for all the victim family and friends, to make sure that they receive it, signed releases and everything. One more layer, the federal government, because they have given out the first $25,000. So they do have the exact name after investigation of the people that should receive the money. So we're leaning and counting on that. So there is no one receiving that money except the exact same recipient of the first $25,000 that the federal government has given that money to. So it's much, unfortunately, it's much easier than any other tragedy that I've been involved in, because, again, unfortunately, there is no people who are injured. Everyone died. So it's a sad news, but it makes it easier for the distribution. And the last very important point on this is that the distribution will be decided by a panel, and I'm not part of the panel. So I'm not touching the money. I'm not part of the panel. The panel will be Barbara Hall, the former mayor of Toronto, that she led the distribution of Toronto Strong campaign, a professor from the University of Alberta, a professor from the University of Toronto, and Manjiti Jita, that she did the distribution as well along with Toronto Foundation in the Toronto Strong. So they'll be sitting together along with two representatives from the government, the federal government. And the first layer, immediate expense. The second layer is education. And the third one divided equally by the people affected, right? So that's their focus, and they're going to study it file by file. But 100% of the proceed, it will go straight to the victims.
Well, no, that, and through the chair, thank you so much, and that's great to hear. And you know, I remember attending when your business first opened up in Brampton, just happens to be up in my ward, and the fact that you were investing in the Brampton community with the jobs, and I know it attracts people from outside our community to come in to your restaurant, and you know, and everything that you represent. And when I have someone of your stature in front of council, you know, I have that confidence, certainly, that this is something really important. So I'm more than happy to put my support behind it, and I urge my colleagues also to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for what you said, but most importantly for me, seeing and meeting these families so many times, I feel like us meeting that goal, it'll bring them a very, and it's very difficult to bring a good news after a tragedy of losing someone or a family member. And I think it does bring at least a small smile by saying, you know, Canadian came together for you. Like, and in the end, even if they're missing a $2,000, I'm going to donate it myself, or my wife will donate it, to tell them we did not only reach $1.5 million, we reached $1.502 million. So we exceeded that money. when I came to Canada, a smile from a Canadian made me feel welcome and different. And I'm sure that $1,000 more than $1.5 million will make them feel like they were received differently, and they would feel Canada's embrace.
Thank you, Mohammed. So I am advised by the clerk procedurally, we first would like to receive the delegation. Oh, Councillor Singh, you popped up on my screen. There you are.
Hey, Mohammed.
How are you?
Go ahead.
Quick, how much did you say Mississauga raised again today?
$244,000.
Okay, and was that through the city or separate?
It's a group of
Group of?
businesses, community centers, and this. The
Well,
mayor led it.
How much did the city give?
I don't have the detail. I just got it when I'm on my way here.
Okay, did the city actually give, or did the mayor raise money herself? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Oh, I called the mayor only last week, so I really don't have the detail. Like, I didn't give her a lot of time to raise that much
Okay.
alone. I think it's very difficult to raise $246,000, but I don't have the details yet.
No, what I'm asking is, did council do a motion to give a certain amount, or was the mayor independently fundraising? That's what I'm asking.
I don't know, because today when I arrived with a check only, so I knew that there is money coming, so they didn't do that in front of me.
Okay, so, because I didn't know we can give to charities from the property tax base? That's all I'm confused about. Because I thought we couldn't do that. So I just want to make sure it's legal, that's all.
So Councillor Singh, we can entertain that question in a moment, but first, for procedural correctness, I would like to get a motion from a member of council to receive the delegation. I have a motion from Mayor Brown to receive the delegation. All in favor? Now that carries. I also need a motion to receive the correspondence. Councillor Pelletier will move receipt of the correspondence. All in favor of receipt of correspondence? That carries. Now, members of council, we have before us the motion as it appears on the screen. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, so that's just like, yeah, I just want, that's my question is more to legal than anybody else, so, I mean, or corporate services.
Thank you. If I may, through the chair, it is something that can be done.
Okay. All right, as long as it can be done, I'm good.
There was consultation done with our treasurer on support in developing this motion.
Okay.
So there is the ability to do it.
Okay, because if I known earlier, I know the mayor's a great fundraiser. It would have been great if independently we could have fundraised as well. We could have probably got a lot more with our connections. But
We can do that. I'll be at the door pestering every one of you on your way out to try to
yeah, because we
fundraise
have,
more.
we fundraise for our campaigns and everything. I just wasn't sure if the other cities gave out of their tax base or if they donated. So that's all I'm asking for. Thanks.
And beyond, I would like to ask you all for the next 48 hours, because all of you know a lot of very important people, so even $100 will make a difference to these families.
Thank you.
And I would love to arrange visit to see some of these families. It'll break everyone's heart, and we'll all thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. So we've received the delegation, so now this is a separate discussion with regards to the motion which is on the screen. We thank you very much for your time. So I do have Mayor Brown on the board.
Just on the point that Councillor Singh raised, I do believe we should, in these last 48 hours, try to rally some support where, the Toronto contribution, Mohammed, how much was the Toronto contribution? Over 160,000. I think 50,000 came from their corporate community foundation. The rest was raised through businesses. And so if we have council's blessing, I'd like to send a letter from our entire council. We'll send it to the big companies like Rogers or Fiat Chrysler, some of the larger companies, and say, Medtronic, telling them they have 48 hours to be part of the campaign, so we can lift this number. I think by showing that we've put some skin in the game, shows that we are, we want to rally the community together. And I'm going to ask if we can have my office quarterback, I see Babu there, a letter that we have all of council sign, and we can send it out to sort of the top 10 businesses in Brampton to see if they want to be part of this campaign, mindful that we only have 48 hours left. And so before we leave council today, we'll have a letter for everyone to sign. I think all 10 members of council signing it would be a great signal. Sorry to give you more work quickly, Babu, but I know you love extra work. Looking up at him, he's nodding and smiling. That means yes, we'll have it before the end of council.
Thank you, Mayor. And as I watch Babu run off to go do that, we have Councillor Bowman on the board. Councillor.
Thank you very much through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mohammed, for coming in. No, you can stay seated. I think I think a number of communities have come to depend on you to be a rallying force behind them. I agree with Mayor Brown. I think we can also take it one step further and put out a social media campaign very quickly. Is Jason here? I thought I saw him earlier. Put out a social media campaign very quickly with a PayPal option for anybody, any resident, anybody who wants to contribute. I'm sure the Brampton Board of Trade would love to become part of this with their membership as well, and you know, possibly even companies that the city of Brampton does business with on a regular basis would like to become part of this. So I would just like to add that to the motion. And Mayor Brown, I don't know if your addition needs to be added as a motion or if they're just going to take it as yeah. Yep. So if we can do that, put out a social media campaign immediately. I think that may help as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And I'll take the liberty just to, and I believe that this is important, we have precedence before, to ask for the clerk to just briefly comment on procedurally why doing this motion in this order as we have done is the correct process.
Through you, Chair Vicente, yes, you're correct that it would have been unusual to pass a motion in relation to a delegation, but because we had an item of correspondence on this matter, this motion is now tied to that item of correspondence as an item rather than the delegation itself. So therefore, a 2/3 waiving of the rules of procedure is not required in this circumstance.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, members of council, you have the motion before you, moved by Councillor Pelletier. All in favor? A recorded vote has been asked for.
On the motion before you, I would ask all those in favor, please stand. In support of the motion, I have Councillor Dillon, Councillor Singh, Councillor Fortini is absent, Councillor Williams in support, Councillor Medeiros, Councillor Bowman, Chair Vicente, Councillor Pelletier, Councillor Willens, Councillor Santos, and Mayor Brown. I'm sorry, he was not at his desk for the taking. Very good. I will take a revote. All those in favor, the names I called, in addition to Councillor Fortini, the motion passes unanimously 11-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you very much, members of committee. That ends our delegations for today. And we now move on to the Economic Development and Culture section. There are no staff presentations today, so we move on to item 7.2.1, which was held by Councillor Pelletier, who had a question on the report for 2020 Garden Square programming. Councillor Pelletier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It actually wasn't held. It was just not added to consent. I guess the question that I have around the events at Garden Square, Mayor Brown and I spoke, and maybe at the time we didn't make the direction to staff, but we inquired into the possibility of having, or we had been receiving some correspondence from residents of the Irish community looking for the city's support in recognizing the Irish descendants into Brampton, and so we were kind of looking to see what that would. We're asking to see what that would look like, and it was a long time ago, so I think it was probably just off the cuff, coming from two Irishmen. So I'm kind of asking for a little bit of, if we have any background on that and the potential to add something around St. Paddy's Day. Nothing too elaborate yet. I'm not asking for maybe a parade in a month, but maybe next year. But something around St. Paddy's Day. Kelly?
Sure, through the chair. So I can confirm that the January 15th report on the 2020 commemorative dates that council received has Irish Heritage Day, March 17th, as a recognized commemorative date in the city of Brampton. So social media, clock tower lighting, those initiatives are confirmed currently. It was not included as part of the January 29th, 2020 corporate events, where we formally recognize Heritage Months with an event, a flag raising, something of that nature. So if it's the will of council to add Irish Heritage Month to that corporate event listing for March 17th, then it's something that we could consider inviting the community for perhaps a flag raising. And I mean, the nature of the timeline is quite short, so it would be what we would maybe perhaps reach out to the Irish Pavilion as part of Carabram and see what members of the community might want to work with the city to.
And do you think that we could have something in the square, or is it, should we maybe do like we did with the Italian heritage, where we move it over to, we have the flag raising, and some, discussion, some speeches, and then we moved it over to Gage Park. Is that something that you're like?
Through the chair, do you mean Garden Square or Gage Park?
I'm asking, what would you? So
I
Garden
think,
Square is in front of us, right?
Sure, okay. Through the chair, I would suggest that it would really be dependent on the community partners that may be interested in participating with us. The square, there isn't something else booked in the square. Being mindful that it is March break, we do have March break programming that the Performing Arts Division is working on at Lester B. Pearson and Cyril Clark. So it really would be an opportunity for us to work with the community, see what resources we have available. But certainly if it's the will of council to move it from a commemorative date to a heritage month, then.
Okay, what do you need from us to put that forward? Do you need it formally in a motion, or taking it as direction?
Through the chair, Charlotte, I'm not sure, because we have a council-approved commemorative dates listing that it's not included. I do believe we would need an amendment to, or an addition to,
So amend the
that
staff,
corporate event
staff
calendar.
report. Okay, so I'm happy to put an amendment with the current staff report that's before us, and then the potential to continue to work on this for maybe next year and eventually get that parade. And green beer.
And
Can we
Pascal.
do that? And Pascal.
And Meet Pascal.
And a snake chaser. See, we got lots of ideas up here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You can't have an Irish celebration without Pascal. Mayor Brown.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Vicente, and thank you for Councillor Pelesci for this idea. You do look at in Boston how they the river there gets dyed green. I'm not sure how environmentally friendly that initiative is. I'm not suggesting that here. Toronto has a beautiful parade. What makes this interesting is we're always trying to drive business and activity to our local businesses, and we have a number of Irish institutions in the city. You know, you look at Keenan's Irish Pub as an example. Never been there, Councillor Willis? That might have been sarcasm. Even if, you know, the clock tower was lit green, and we have a list of where all the St. Patrick Day events are going to be in the city, and maybe down the road we could have a parade in the downtown. I think if we add this to our listing, put our mind to it, obviously this year is too soon, don't want to give folks a heart attack that we'd be expecting it in a matter of weeks. But when Councillor Pelesci identified this as an opportunity, I'm sure it would bring out members of the Irish community. I would say that my ancestry is half Irish, half Italian, although Councillor Fertini, I told him my grandfather was from Sicily, and he says that's not Italian, so he says I'm not Italian. But my grandmother's from Ballybeg, my 105-year-old grandmother's from Ballybeg, Ireland, and she still can speak a little bit of Gaelic, so I definitely qualify as part Irish, and I would be happy to support this initiative, and let's see if we can rally more activity in the downtown, and that's, you know, one of the things we keep on talking about, bringing people into our downtown, keeping businesses and restaurants busy. So the motion will come up on the screen of how to add this?
Thank you, yes. I've requested that the clerk put the motion up on the screen. So members of committee, we're just waiting for the motion to pop up on the screen, and then we can proceed to vote. Members of council, motion is up on your screens. Do any members have any questions or comments with regards to the motion? Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Just, no offense to the Irish boys here.
You're wearing a green shirt.
Yeah, I've got my Irish on. Is the month officially recognized by the province or the federal government? Just asking.
Yes, through the chair, the Irish Heritage Month is a recognized celebration through the provincial, Ontario Provincial. And just for clarification, Charlotte, the Irish Heritage Month is already approved as a commemorative date by council. What we'd be looking to do today is have the 2020 corporate events listing amended to have Irish Heritage Month recognized as a corporate event.
Perfect, thank you.
Moved by Councillor Kaleshi. All in favor? Carries. Next, I believe we have, are we done with that section now, Madam Clerk? Okay, so members of council, we're at item 7.5, councilor's question period. Any members have any questions with regards to any item in this section? Councilor Willens.
It's not really a question, but we have corporate service section coming up, and then public works and engineering after that. We have 4 members of staff and 4 members of our BIAC, I think, are here for the 1 million trees, I think. I'm wondering if we can get that moved up, maybe deal with it now, so that our staff can go back to work, and the residents can go on their way, because they've been sitting patiently since this morning. So it'd be nice if we could deal with that now and then go break for lunch, and then, if that's okay?
Yes, so members of council, we're going to move item 9.1.1 forward, a presentation by Stavrula Kasaris, Environment and Development Engineering, Public Works, regarding the Brampton 1 Million Trees Program, and this is related to item 9.2.2. Hi.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair, Mayor, members of committee, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for getting my name right. You mastered it. Thank you for having me here today to speak about the Brampton 1 Million Tree Program, which was a collective effort across multiple teams, including environmental planning, parks, urban forestry, and open space development. Trees are increasingly being recognized and celebrated for the wide range of environmental, economic, and social services they provide. The strong desire for more trees and a healthy urban forest in Brampton has been consistently expressed by residents during public consultations undertaken for a variety of city initiatives, the most recent of which included the development of the Brampton 2040 Vision. So it came as no surprise that Vision Statement 1, Sustainability and Environment of the Brampton 20 Vision, calls for planting 1 million new trees in Brampton by 2040. Enhancing Brampton's urban forest by planting more trees helps us realize multiple objectives across numerous city plans and programs, such as the term of council priority of Green City and council's climate emergency declaration. Why trees, you ask? Because they are beneficial in so many ways. Trees help clean the air, provide oxygen, absorb carbon dioxide, reduce stormwater runoff, increase property values, moderate temperatures, provide habitat, improve mental health, and foster civic pride. Trees bring people together. So what are we currently planting, and how many more trees do we need to plant to reach the target of 1 million new trees over the next 20 years? The City of Brampton and its partners, including the conservation authorities and the development industry, together plant an average of 43,000 trees per year. This breakdown is shown on the graph above, whereby yellow represents trees planted by the city, blue by the conservation authorities, and green by the development industry. To achieve 1 million trees by 2040, the city and its partners must collectively increase tree planting by at least 7,000 more trees annually, for a total of 50,000 trees per year. Following the endorsement of the Brampton 2040 Vision by Council in May of 2018, city staff commenced the development of a roadmap to achieve the target. The Brampton 1 Million Tree Program is a framework for the city and its partners to increase tree planting initiatives and realize that 1 million new tree target. It outlines existing city documents and initiatives related to trees, provides an overview of internal and external funding, identifies gaps and opportunities, and recommends future actions. The program focuses on getting new trees in the ground and does not look at tree preservation and upkeep, because this is being addressed in the city's urban forest management plan, which is currently being developed. The Brampton 1 Million Tree Program contains a 5-year action plan structured around 4 goals and associated strategies. Goal 1, analyze and identify, means researching and planning to ensure the success of the program. Goal 2, implement, emphasizes getting trees in the ground and enhancing the size, health, and ecosystem services of Brampton's urban forest. Goal 3, engage, educate, and empower, looks at informing and involving the public and city staff and providing stewardship opportunities and investments in Brampton's urban forest. And finally, Goal 4, monitor and update, which focuses on ongoing monitoring and reporting of our progress and regularly refreshing the Brampton 1 Million Trees program. The action plan itself ranges from enhancing current programs, leveraging existing partnerships, and also developing new collaborations, using technology, creating incentives, celebrating successes, and so much more. The action plan also includes some quick wins, several of which staff are already working on. We've started developing outreach and education materials, improving our capital project tree standards, increasing our community planting events, creating a new website, and developing an exciting new web app where people can record their tree planting and monitor our progress. This web app was actually a recommendation from our local youth who participated in the Brampton 2040 Youth Symposium. Most importantly, the Brampton 1 Million Trees program recognizes that to be successful, the city must increase its efforts and cooperation with existing partners such as conservation authorities, the Region of Peel, our school boards, and the development industry. But it also encourages developing new collaborations with institutions and businesses, such as places of worship, tree retailers, the not-for-profit sector, and other tree planting organizations. Planting 1 million trees over the next 20 years may initially seem overwhelming, but the city and its partners have already laid a strong foundation of existing tree planting initiatives upon which we can successfully reach this target. Increasingly, residents are recognizing our contribution to and the need to prepare for climate change, but the sheer scale of the problem can make people feel overwhelmed and unsure of what they can do. Tree planting is a simple and effective way to engage communities, build partnerships, and create a city that is more healthy, sustainable, and resilient. So let's make the city even better through the Brampton 1 Million Tree Program, one tree at a time. Thank you.
Thank you, Stavrola. Next, we have some questions, and we'll be bringing item 9.2.2 forward. Councillor Willens.
Yeah, thank you through you, Chair. Thanks, staff, for the presentation, and thanks, Michael, for your help in this and all your staff. But we have Ed in the audience today. Ed looks after our urban forestry and is doing a great job. And I want to thank you personally, Ed, for helping us out in Councillor Pletch and I ward. We have a lot of people that sometimes don't necessarily like their tree on their front lawn, but Ed goes and visits them and convinces them and ensures them it's a good thing for the city, and they come away most of them come away happy. And there is other programs that residents may or may not be aware of that Ed handles, looks after, is if they want to have an increased size of the tree. So in order to get a bigger tree, there's programs that we have available that you can sponsor. You can sponsor as a resident, you can sponsor the tree. It entitles taking a bit of responsibility, fertilizing it, make sure it survives, because there is a less survival rate on a bigger tree as opposed to the smaller trees. But I think Councillor Santos or Councillor Singh may speak of something else we're looking at. But I just wanted to reiterate thank you to everyone, and thank you to our BAC that attended here today. I know this is important on our committee as well, the Million Trees, and you guys are always out there promoting and pushing it. So thank you, and keep up the good work. And I'll just leave it at that and listen to the other comments. But I would be happy to move and support the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, I just want to say that this is one of those exciting initiatives that we have, and it's an important strategy for climate change. It's not the only strategy, but it's an important component of that strategy. And I would just encourage, because I didn't know we could do this, and my fellow colleagues as well, to do their own tree plantings, because we have huge networks, and I've been engaging churches and places of worship, and, you know, and high schools as well. And, you know, everybody can run their own tree plantings, and you can easily knock out 500-600 trees. It's a really fast process. And you know, if we all do our parts, I'm pretty confident we can hit these targets. And a million trees by 2040 is something I think we should try our best to hit. So yeah, I just want to encourage my colleagues that the community plantings are awesome, a great way to engage the community and helps achieve the goal as well.
Thank you. Councillor Santos.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation, and excited about these targets. It's a lot of trees, 50,000, so we better start digging soon. Quick question about the online website. We had some offline conversations with staff about that particular tool. If you can provide a description of what those options are. I think Michael Hoy was saying that if you plant a tree, you could take a picture and your face shows up on the beside the tree, that sort of thing. It's very interactive, apparently.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the web app will be an interactive tool whereby anyone, member of the public, business, organization, the city, we would go in and we would track the trees that we're planting. So you would fill in a form with your name, your address, what you represent, whether you're an individual, an institution, or a business, and then you are able to drop a pin on the map of where the tree is planted, and eventually we're hoping you can also associate it with an image of that tree planted, whether it's a whip or a full caliber tree, and that will then become that monitoring tool of our progress, and it will be a website that hopefully can also show the live progress. So when you go to that page, there's a counter that initially shows the public where we're at on this trajectory of planting 1 million trees by 2040. So it will be interactive. It will be a tool that we use for our own KPIs of tracking how many new trees are being planted in Brampton.
Thank you. I think that sounds pretty cool. One of the things that the Brampton Environment Advisory Committee passed a motion, and it's in the minutes today, was about creating incentives to get residents more involved with tree planting. And we've informally been talking about, and perhaps this is some direction for staff to consider, creating certificates. So if we're already tracking people who are planting trees, can we then send them a certificate saying this is where your tree is, congratulations? I think it would be a lot of fun, especially for the kids, if we could do something like that.
Agreed. Yeah, and recognition is part of this program, so a very quick and easy but satisfying way to thank the public for their participation.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, just quickly, maybe if you could put together a brief report that Councillor Bowman and I can take to the community and engagement for Partners in Project Green. I know they're likely aware of what we're doing, but maybe we can reiterate and they can get, so we can get some of our businesses that in the GTA that are actually on the in the Partners in Project Green folder, so we could get that out to them as well, and they could probably get us some businesses that will participate and do some tree planting on their property. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So members of council, we have a motion from Councillor Willens to receive the presentation and the staff reports. All in favor? That carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Going back into our order, we're back on members' question period. Do I have any other members with questions? Seeing none. 7.6, public question period. This is an opportunity for members of the public to ask questions. Would anyone like to ask a question with regards to any decision made on this section? Seeing none. So I now will turn over the chair of the next section of the meeting to Councillor Singh for corporate services. Okay, so we'll move on. So we're going now through the corporate services section. Is that correct? Is that what you, no? Counselor? Very good. So we'll finish off the Public Works section. Item 9.2.1, new street name to commemorate Henry Shepherd in recognition of Black History Month. And we have the associate recommendation. Do any members have any questions with what is contained in the report? Councillor Singh.
Yeah, I just read the history of Henry Shepherd. I think it's a great initiative, very timely as well, and I hope to see more diverse names like this come to council, whether Irish, from the Black community, South Asians, wherever it is. But I didn't know about Henry Shepherd, and I thought it was a good addition.
Okay, all right. So Mayor Brown.
Just want to say this was first raised to me by Henry from the Legion. I think most people are familiar with Hank and Colonel Tom Ruggles with the Lawrence Scots. They mentioned that they're very proud of this connection to our local history, that this was a trailblazer in the Canadian military who came from the Lawrence Scots, and that we should be proud of our local military history. And at the time, you didn't see that type of diversity in the Canadian military. It was unheard of, but it took someone from the Lawrence Scots to break down that barrier. And they've actually made the recommendation for the Canadian government to recognize this individual. It's a slower process with DND and the Government of Canada, and they said, while we're asking for there to be some recognition nationally, we would love it if the city of Brampton could do something. Hank doesn't take stuff to us very often. You know, he loves our city and loves honoring our veterans. And so when he made this request, I made the introduction to staff and the cultural team. And I think this is a beautiful idea, and it would only be appropriate to make this announcement at Black History Month on February 28th. So I would be really grateful if council could support this and trust the recommendation of the Lawrence Scots and the Brampton Legion.
Thank you. And through the chair, I think it's really great to see. I think a lot of people don't realize how many people from the Black community actually participated in the military and fighting for Canada and for freedom for everyone. So, you know, it's great that we are going to be recognizing him and during Black History Month, and I just think it's going to unlock that history when it comes to our Canadian Armed Forces and the role that's been played. And I know many from the community, especially this historical community, for the Black historical community, are looking at how we can have more representation during our Remembrance Day ceremonies, and helping people realize that, you know, the Black community has been around for a long time and has been fighting for freedom for all Canadians. So this is just really great to see, and I'm very happy Lawrence Scots has been able to bring this forward, and I support it fully. Thanks.
Are you moving the motion, or would you like Councillor Williams? You're moving the motion. So we have a motion to receive the report from Councillor Williams. All in favor? That carries. Item 9.3.1 was in consent, so we now move on to item 9.3.2, the minutes of the Environment Advisory Committee. I believe that we have a change. We're moving this. Moved by Councillor Williams. All in favor? Carries.
Sorry if I may, Chair Vicente.
Yes.
Item 9.3.1 we actually removed from consent.
That was the one that was removed from consent. So going back to item 9.3.1, the minutes of the Brampton School Traffic Safety Council of February the 6th, 2020.
And it was just to correct a name in the minutes, so it should be Jean Augustine Secondary School.
So that the minutes should reflect that it was Jean Augustine Secondary School that was dealt with in the minutes.
Correct.
As displayed on the screen, and thank you to Councillor Santos for spotting this. Do any members have any questions? Motion from Councillor Santos to approve the minutes as amended. All in favor? That carries. And so with that, we move on to, there's no correspondence. Item 9.5, Councillor question period. Do any members have questions with respect to any portion of this section of the meeting? Seeing none. And moving on to public question period. Do any members of the public have any questions? Seeing none. So that then completes the work section of the agenda. It is now 12:45. Councillor Fortini.
Yeah, sorry, I know we have an item I added, maybe we could do it. We got staff here waiting. It's on corporate services. I think there's only 2 items on corporate service, maybe you could just finish that off and then we can go for lunch, I think.
Very good. Be happy to do it. Okay, so we have corporate services section. Just going to go through it. Oh, Councillor Singh, you'll chair. Okay.
It's all yours. Yeah, thank you. Come and serve the site. Yeah, because they've been waiting like this. It's a small, you know? So, it's not fair for them. We go for lunch now. 5 minutes, you have.
All right, I'm going to start with the corporate services section. No staff presentations. A2-1 was in consent. A2-2, purchasing activity quarterly report. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much. I've got a number of questions about the report itself. So I didn't know whether Councillor Fortini wanted to go quickly with his one question or not, but.
You want to do that? Okay. I think he has a lot of questions.
Oh, he's got a lot of questions too about the report?
Yeah, no, not about the report, about, he has a discussion item, so it's
Okay,
better. if
well,
you-
I'll just go ahead then.
Yeah.
I've just got some questions about the actual report itself, more to do with what they're for and the amounts. On page 8.2-2/6, there's an item, replacement of existing point of sale system. What's that for? Point of sale for what?
So, through the chair, the point of sale is the way we collect fees, like tap and debit, credit. And the existing system was end of life, so we went out for a competitive process and replaced that legacy system that was at end of life.
So that will be for all facilities and
Correct.
anywhere we would normally take sale. Okay, good, thank you. Next one was the, this is a good one, inspection of storm sewer system using CCTV cameras. 800 grand. How many miles of sewer are we inspecting? For $800,000.
Through the chair, we have a network of 1,800 kilometers of the.
We doing them all?
Yeah, system, so to check thoroughly that. So this is just a estimate, so.
So are we gonna be doing that internally, or are we gonna be going?
We don't have resources to do internally. It's the tools and the equipment, so it will be externally.
Wow. That seems like an awful lot of money.
I can get back to you with more details.
Okay.
Yeah.
It just, almost $1 million, it seems like a lot of money. And,
it's a very complicated system, like, you know, the way the sewer network runs, like how to take the cameras inside and robot taking, so it's quite deep underneath.
Yep.
So that's why the technicalities are involved.
Okay, and when I talk about using consultants and services like that, I mean, that's a service that we will be using forever, like continually. So that's one of these services, whether I say, you know, is that something we might want to look at bringing in-house at some point and having our own guys do that, so.
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioning services, how much we do in commissioning? Oh, sorry, 8.22-8, second item. Commissioning services for a 2-year period, $500,000.
Through the chair, so my understanding, as part of our energy retrofit, we are constantly retrofitting our buildings and commissioning, so it is verifying that our mechanical equipment is operating as it should, as per the specifications, looking where we can make improvements to have some cost savings and have all of our equipment run at peak performance. We believe that there's a payback on that, on those funds, and it's something that we've been doing for years now. We've got over 180 facilities across the city, and it's a program that we've been doing now for quite a few years. It also helps us prioritize future capital requirements. It helps us pinpoint in terms of life cycle replacement and replacing the equipment with the most energy efficient equipment we can.
Okay, and do we get, with all the grants and funding that are available for that, do we get grants for that for energy reduction from the province or from the feds at all?
Through the chair, so part of the regular program that we have, we are constantly mining for programs, for grants. We are applying for everything that's available to us. I believe we've achieved something like $1.8 million worth of grants that we've been able to successfully apply for and receive since 2013, I believe. But it's something that we're constantly looking for. So
Okay.
if it's available, we're putting in an application.
All right, thank you very much. Consulting services for Brampton Vision 2040. That's just recent, I guess. That's again, $500,000. WSP?
Through the chair, that's for the update to the official plan, and so it involves a number of highly technical studies that are required to support the official plan. But we do have in-house resources as well as assigned to the project.
Okay, and would that include the speaker series that we just did?
Through the chair, that's correct, yes.
Okay, can we get at some point a report back on that speaker series? The speakers were phenomenal. I think I only missed one of them, but the attendance was dismal, to say the least.
Through the chair, we'll get a report back.
Okay, so I'd like to know, how many people we had at each one and the total costs involved in that if we can, including the food and the use of the Rose Theatre, because they were great speakers. I thought a lot of people enjoyed the speakers, but I think we were lacking in having different people come and see all the speakers. Because when I was there, it was the same people coming to see all the speaker series. So I'd just like a report back from them if we could.
Through the chair, we will.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I went through this, so. Replacement of the stone facade at the Daily Times Square. That wasn't done that long ago, the facade. I mean, that was, how long ago did we do that whole corridor there and then we had to go in and replace all the stone again? Was there a warranty or anything attached to that?
So through the chair, so the stonework was falling, and it was a public safety issue, and that's why there was an emergency PO created. I will tell you that we are seeking reimbursement from the various parties and looking to do our very best to recoup those costs from the builder and or through our landlord.
Okay, and just a follow-up question, Al. When things like this happen, the contractors that did the work, are we a little wary of hiring them again for future jobs?
Through the chair, so we are constantly working with our peers in purchasing. We are looking at vendor performance cards, and we are very leery of hiring contractors that do not perform as per the specifications, and we're doing our very best to update our procedural bylaw and our procurement bylaws to give our residents the protection they deserve.
Okay, thank you very much. Just going through here, we had, there's two items, and they're both supply and installation of impact attenuating playground surfacing. So we've got two contracts, one for 1.5 million, and the other one on the last page for another, it looks like 500, so $2 million for playground. Are we talking about replacing the wood chips or sand with the rubber? Is that what we're talking about?
Through the chair, it's a playground equipment because plenty of equipment, they have a the life cycle replacement. So this is, after some time, the equipment is getting rusted. So this is purely about the equipment, the playground equipment. And,
okay.
yeah.
Because when it says impact attenuating, I would have thought that was just the chips or.
Oh,
rubber
on the
chips.
top, yeah, that's the multi-year soils. Because there are two there. One is for the equipment.
One's
and-
for the equipment and one's for the.
And one was for the soil.
Okay, and do we have plans moving forward to move all the playgrounds to the rubber chips?
That I will come back to you because I don't have those details.
Okay, yeah, it's just, we're entering budget time, so.
Definitely.
You know, we've got, I believe Councillor Maderos and I have both had requests for changing things over to rubber chips in a couple of our parks, so. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
And, Alex, last one, I think, is for you. The, page 8.2.2-13, it's about $2.2 million for bus accident and body repairs? Do we have that many body repairs that we need 2.2 million, or is that over a number of years, or?
No, through the chair, that's a continued contract, and just keep in mind, though, that typically 85% is recovered through claims, but if our buses get into an accident and we need to repair them through a contractor, they're repaired, then we recover through claims from different insurance companies. So 85% of that's recoverable, the contract price is 2.2 million.
Okay, so when we're looking at the budget, so there would be a budget line that shows the cost of the contract, and then another line that would show what we get back from the insurance companies?
That's correct, so the recoverables would show that, so the net expense would be the differential.
Perfect, thank you very much.
Very welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Vicente?
Thank you. I have a question with respect to line item 17.
17?
Item 17 on page 8.2.2-7.
Okay.
Staff could provide a description of that and what it's for.
It's design, supply, and delivery of a Santa Claus float, just for reference.
I don't have the exact details, but my understanding is we have a Santa Claus float, and this is to replace that.
So this is a Santa Claus floats branded City of Brampton that we enter into the Santa Claus parade every year?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, Councillor Wellens?
Yeah, just quickly, I guess it's item number 56, it's the relocate existing gas service along McLaughlin Road between Wanless and Mayfield. I'm assuming that's to relocate because of the widening of the road? No, I don't. Because, the reason I'm asking is because when they updated the gas on Embleton Road, the developer paid for that to bring it up to the Great Gulf's development. I'm just wondering, because it's not very much, so I'm assuming it's probably because we are widening the road, so we'd have to move it on ours, or is this for the development that's happening up there?
Through the chair, so if the road is part of the initial development, then they
we're
pay it.
responsible.
But if we are doing our repairs for the future extension, then we pay for that.
Okay, okay. Yeah, because it doesn't seem like that's very much for the development. Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, Councillor Paleshi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple questions. I didn't write down the item numbers until I started hearing Councillor Vicente reference item numbers. Commissioning of services. You talked about that? What is the commissioning of services?
Through the chair, so it isn't the commissioning of services, it's commissioning services. So part of what we do is a constant rotation of our buildings and our mechanicals, making sure that they're operating as per peak performance and as per the operating standards. It helps us then define our capital priorities in terms of retrofitting the equipment in terms of what needs to be replaced based on the asset life cycle, and it also helps us maximize the energy efficiency of all of our equipment. So it's a rotational, all of our buildings are on a rotation, we commission the equipment, and it's something that we believe provides payback over the long term.
And this particular one is across the city?
That's correct.
Right, okay. The retaining a consultant for engineer design, retaining a consultant engineering design for widening roads. We have two of them in here.
'58 and '59, pages 8.22-12.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Through the chair, this is about the extension of design and alternative footings when we are relocating the noise walls. So sometime when we're moving them into our own property, so for that we have to do all the redesigning.
So it's just in relation to noise walls when we're.
Yes, majority of them are the noise walls because it's for the Castlemore road widening.
Castlemore Road from Goreway Drive to McBean, and then Torbram from.
Torbram, Valley Creek Drive.
Okay, so it doesn't mention anything about noise walls in here, it just mentions it's the widening.
Yeah, I have the details with me.
Of the road,
Yeah.
okay. So I guess maybe in the future, to have something like this when it comes before us, I'd like to understand more on, because to me, this just says we're hiring an engineer to give us a design on widening a road.
We will give more descriptions.
That's essentially what.
Oh, that makes sense. We will give more descriptions.
So my first question is, we have engineers that we widen roads.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll provide more details.
And then number 70 was short-term rental of pickup trucks and compact cars. What are they for? I'm looking at transit. It may not be transit, but I'm looking in that direction. Number 70, short-term rental of pickup trucks, which I don't think would be you, but compact cars, which I think is you.
So through the chair, if I can just address the cars, we do have some trucks in our fleet, but I think I defer to my works colleague in regards to some of the other ones. The compact cars are typically used in transit for what we call taxing, and when operators go out in the street to relieve a bus, rather than using a full bus, a 40-foot bus, it's a lot cheaper for us to do it via these rental cars, and that saves us costs in operating.
So, Alex, like in my mind, they wouldn't be. Would they be used? Would they be putting a lot of kilometers on these cars?
We do have quite a bit usage.
Oh, really?
Again, because the nature of our business is a lot of operators going out to relief points for breaks and scheduling, in excess of 800, 900 operators for different shifts to cover our coverage. There's a lot of usage of the vehicles.
Okay, so
And a lot of operators also taxi by in-service buses as well, but most of it's augmented through these vehicles.
Okay. And then the pickup trucks.
Because through the chair, because our current contract is expiring on March 31st, so this new PO is about the extension of the contract.
And why are we renting pickup trucks?
We use
in which department? In parks?
In parks and public works.
Why don't we own trucks? Why are we renting them?
I will get the details for you because I'm doing the green fleet strategy.
Okay.
So we're trying to strike a balance between what we rent and what are the more fuel efficient.
Okay, great. Yeah. Great. I had another one, but I can't find it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Fortini?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, quickly. I see here landscape for maintenance service, various places and locations, 11 million. But there's quite a few lines. Is this part of the grass, the landscape? Sorry, 8.2.212, -12. There's many lines. There's 11 million. There's other ones 1.9, 200, half a million, 2 million. Yeah, sorry, it's, number 63, under Public Works and Engineering, 62.
Through the chair, this is the 5-year grass cutting contract.
That's only, but it says various location, but then we have many more. How come they're not added up the whole amount, how much we pay for the grass? Because there's other places too, supply and delivery, the same thing. Are they different locations? You book them down, or it doesn't say the locations? Landscape maintenance, delivery, landscape maintenance, they're all the same, the different amounts. Starting from 63, right
Yeah,
down to 66. It just says the name of the company, but doesn't say what they're doing.
I see what you're saying.
I can get the more details for you because I
Okay.
don't have those details.
Okay. And my other question is, at number 86, at 82215, of the supply of insulation impact for playgrounds resurfacing. Are these new playgrounds we're doing, or it's part of the Hanson, that we had that program that everyone is allowed to?
Through the chair, this is the part of the new program.
So it's the new playgrounds?
Yep.
They're brand new?
Brand new.
Okay, good, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through the chair to the staff. On just line 59, I'm just a little confused. I know we moved a motion to look at road winding down Williams Parkway, but I believe that motion also was to look at all potential road windings throughout the city. So I'm just, it looks like here we're adding an extra 736 to look at the road winding on Torbram. So weren't we supposed to be kind of putting things on hold while we do our investigation first before proceeding with any other?
Through the chair, the road, currently our road widening for the William Parkway is on the hold, and we are planning to have a workshop, and we will take further direction from the council. So in the meantime, for the other roads, road widening doesn't mean that we won't go and implement the active transportation. So that's a part of Torbram. We are going ahead. We want to do the road widening, and what is the outcome from this workshop also, we want to implement that too. So road widening doesn't mean that we are not going to implement the active transportation things there. It's going to be part and parcel of the road widening. That's why we started calling them as a road improvements. We don't use the road windings anymore.
Okay, so what I hear you saying is that even though Williams Parkway is on hold, the other ones still need to proceed until we do the workshop to understand what the...
Yes, because it's a very long process to do the design, consulting, and EAA, so we don't want to stop those processes. And that process has to go on over the design, because it takes about 3 years to do this whole study and analysis, so we don't want to put a hold on that.
So it seems like a considerable amount to add on to the 645. So what is this next chunk for? Like, why is that amount needed for consulting?
It's a 3 years development period. That's why we want to ask more money for this, because when the phase is done, and then we'll go to the next phase. We just want to put a placeholder for the budget.
All right, thank you.
So just for clarity, I'm just gonna pick up, we're just pausing Williams Parkway, but we're continuing with everything else, right? We're not pausing every
That's
other.
right.
Okay, just
That's
want to
right.
clarify. Okay, Councillor Plushy?
So I don't know what that means. I don't want Sandalwood widened before Williams Parkway. We've identified that, right?
You don't want.
That's what is my understanding too.
Right, okay. 70 and 80, the audio-visual 2 contracts. Can you explain the 2 different contractors for what looks to be the same amounts in the contract?
Through the chair, this was a competitive procurement process that we established an account for AV resources that was also leveraged by our BDC team in terms of some of the construction we do. We identified 2 vendors, so we had flexibility and agility to serve the needs of the corporation. So they're both given that equal amount to distribute fairly and equitably among the 2 top vendors. And so those POs are available to those firms for anyone to draw upon to do that work.
So how do we determine then who gets called first? Is one a priority and one's a backup?
Through the chair, it's not a matter of priority or backup, it's just a matter of allocating the work and recognizing that they're both going to be receiving that amount of funding each. That's in the contract identified in the quarterly report.
Okay, so when this comes back then, and where we fulfilled the contract, they'll both be equal?
Correct.
Okay. Chief, number 82, just the workwear portion, the workwear uniforms, I don't want to assume. Can you just tell me what that is?
So, through the chair, so that would be bunker gear, I believe predominantly the 369,000, which is Starfield. Starfield also provides our station wear, the blue uniforms.
So just the everyday,
Yes.
ready for a call uniform? Is that
Yes.
included in this contract?
Starfield, I believe, does have both contracts. This one here, I believe, is predominantly bunker gear.
Okay.
So the firefighting gear that they wear.
Okay, so maybe at a later time, we can talk about the actual workwear that firefighters are wearing, what they need to wear, what the, I guess, the regulations are
Sure.
around what they should be wearing, and then opportunities for maybe changing it up.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you. Mayor Brown?
I wasn't
Oh,
done.
sorry. Apologize.
No problem. Thank you.
Mayor Brown, can you put your name back on?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My last question, number 89, the hydraulic fluid, Hydrex XV all-season oil. I guess my only question is, we have a lubricant contract, and why wouldn't this be included in that contract? It's only hydraulic fluid, which is like dirty water.
And through the chair, I'd have to look into that, Councillor Palashi. I think it may have to do with the type of oils we use for warranty purposes, but clearly through competitive procurement, I believe we've outsourced to that one, but I can get more information on the exact details of why we're using that particular oil.
And I'm sure there was a competitive procurement, but it's hydraulic fluid. I believe it's hydraulic fluid. And hydraulic fluid is like the bottom of the barrel in types of oils. So I'm just wondering why that wasn't included, if there's a potential for savings, if we're including it in the all-encompassing oils and lubricants tender that we have. So if you could.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm confident that in terms of savings, we definitely assess that, but clearly I'll respond back to you on that.
Chances are you're probably gonna come back and say the specs on the machinery call for this type. That's kind of what I'm thinking that you're gonna come back with, but let's see. Thanks, Alex. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mayor Brown?
Thank you, Councillor Singh. There's a few comments. I know Councillor Vicente raised the issue of the Santa Claus float. It says it's a competitive bid, $117,000. Just want to stress, hopefully our competitive bid is broad enough, because I know Councillor Fertini, if I asked you to make a Santa Claus float, he probably would have done it for a lot less. It's a big figure for what is not. I guess it's done, and it's going to be the same float for the next 10 years, since we don't need to worry about. This is not an annual expense. Is that fair to say?
That's right. We want to get the best so that we can have it.
How long did the last float last for?
I don't have those details. I'll get you. I think it lasted about, when I was talking, 8 years plus.
8 years plus.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to flag that, and I realize it's done, but the numbers makes me a little uncomfortable. The paid parking solution at Brampton City Hall, this project with Bell Mobility, 120,000. Can you just explain what that is?
So currently, if you see, you come to the City Hall or you go to the West Tower, we want to make a gateless entry. Currently, you go and you swipe your card. So this new project is about where the cameras and the CCTV will be used. The system will, this is totally brand new system, so we won't be having any gates.
And so this $120,000 will pay for itself based on parking revenue?
Yes, because ultimately, if you, it's not in the first year, but we are thinking that based on the revenue profile, it will.
Yeah, I'd hate to see a pilot project where we lose money on it.
That's
So-
why we are trying to revamp our whole parking strategy for all the parking garages, the 4 which we have.
Yeah.
So it's not a very healthy revenue generating this thing, because we.
And maybe on this, if we could just get maybe a briefing note to council, because if we're gonna turn if we're taking a job away and have a cost, the Bell's charging us $120,000, the person would cost a lot less than $120,000, and at least it's an employee in the community who is putting food on the table for their family. And so I just like to get an idea on what our parking revenue is, and this pilot project of $120,000, if you expanded it, before we go down that path, I want to know what the difference is. Because, in the West Tower, I'd be surprised if our parking revenue is $120,000. So if we could just get a briefing note for council on that. Sometimes the fancy new technologies come at a steep price, and in that case, $120,000 for a parking lot that doesn't produce much revenue leaves me with a few questions.
Sure.
So would appreciate that
Will do.
update. And the last thing was the locksmith services. We have a contract for $743,000 for locksmith services. How often are we replacing locks, that we spend that much on locks?
Through the chair, if you, and this is something that we struggle with on a regular basis. So this is a blanket purchase order that allows us to contract those services. The amount was arrived at based on actuals over the last few years. If you start to do the math, and I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, 180 buildings times all of the entry doors that you have, all of the doors that are locked within the facilities, there are thousands upon thousands of doors. Oftentimes, it depends whether there's been some vandalism. It depends on a host of factors why we have to remove the locks, change the locks, revamp the locks, do different master keys. So it's part of the cost of doing business and having the facilities that we have. We do on a regular basis go out and look for different locksmith services that can provide better value. There's precious few that can actually have the wherewithal to maintain and manage our fleet of buildings. And this is the best price that we were able to get.
So this is the quarterly, the current quarter is $45,000. Assuming there's 4 quarters, we're spending $180,000 a year on locks. Is that fair?
Sorry,
I'm looking
chair,
here at
what line
item number 39.
39.
It says the current quarter is $45,000.
So this, I believe, so $45,000 was simply to close off the existing PO. We had to do an extension to close off the PO. We'd gone out to a competitive bid, and we've got new locksmith services that were competitively procured, and we've got new service provider. The $45,000 was an amendment simply to close the existing blanket order.
Okay, so this contract extension for $743,000, how long is the period for?
I believe it's a 3-year contract, and the $45,000 was just to.
Okay, so that is about $250,000 a year.
I would suspect we probably spend more than that, to be quite honest with you. I can give you the exact numbers.
Yeah, 743 divided by 3, around 250, yeah.
Yeah, so the 743 is a blanket purchase order. So what we do is, it's basically, we put it in our operating budget, we go to access it depending on when we need it, we draw down on that PO. The PO was approaching its ceiling, we had to extend it by $45,000 to close off the PO to finish off the existing invoices that we had. Then we went out to a competitive procurement process, and now we have different locksmith services.
Just to make me more comfortable with this figure, how many locks did we have to fix last year?
Through the chair, I don't have that number with me, but I will certainly dig it up. We have that information, and we will send it to all of council.
So if it was 250 locks, which would seem like a big number, that would be $1,000 a lock. Sometimes when you have these blanket purchase orders, you worry that you don't necessarily get the best value. I'm sure if I if I want Councillor Willens or Councillor Bowman or Councillor Bertini, who seem to know every little store in Brampton, there's some locksmith there that if you said, this is the city's need, we're gonna fix 250 locks this year and we're paying 250,000, they'd probably be shocked. And so, you know, most of the stuff I read in this appendix makes sense. These are the three that sort of stood out for me. So just like I asked Jasbir for the note on that issue, if we could just get a note. I'd like to know how many locks were fixed, so I can actually, if I'm asked about this contract by a resident, I can tell them how much we're paying per lock. Okay.
All right, thank you, and permission to speak from the chair. Yeah, I will be quick. Number 70, short-term rental of pickup trucks and compact cars. I know we talked about this, but obviously it doesn't sit well with the $1.8 million. And so my message is to Transit and Public Works, if it makes sense to buy these cars to reduce this cost, and we're going to get a better ROI, then we should explore that, because 1.8 is a lot, and we'll be looking for the amount next procurement report as well. We got also in corporate services, annual maintenance for the PeopleSoft suite of products. $6 million for maintenance. That's not sitting right either. So do you want to discuss? Sorry, apologies, 48. Yeah, page 82211.
So, through the chair, the $6 million is the original contract amount over many, many years.
Got it, okay.
What is for this quarter was the $1 million, which, and again, what you need to keep in mind is that this is an original product manufacturer, and they're the only ones who provide the support, so in a sense, almost like a monopoly, that isn't available from any other vendor.
Okay.
So that's just the annual maintenance and support costs.
Okay, and that was my mistake. I didn't see the million on the other side. For number 3 and 5, I just thought when we compare the architectural services, one is about a paramedic service station, which I would assume would take a lot of architectural expertise, so to speak. And number 3 is about Balmoral Recreation Center. But then we see a massive price difference. It seems like the paramedic center was $540,000, and the addition at a recreation center is $1.39 million. So it's just, I guess I'm not understanding why it would be such a price difference. I'm not saying a recreation center doesn't require expertise, but I would assume it would cost more to design a paramedic center than it would to design a recreation addition. Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm not against it being done, Councilor Bertini, you don't need to.
Through the chair.
Wondering about the price.
Of course, as you know, every capital project is unique and there's different factors. I will assume that the 540 cost is because it was a cost-sharing agreement with the Region of Peel, and so they picked up a portion of the cost in regards, because it's a joint paramedic and fire station. But if it's anything different, I will send a memo to council and let you know.
Okay, and that would obviously make sense as well. So, yeah, if you could confirm that. And lastly, I guess just the one that, sorry, yeah.
Through the chair, just add on, I believe the MOU is 25% that the region picks up with the paramedic cost sharing of that, Station 214.
So sorry, I can't hear once. 25% is the city or the region?
The region, 75% would be the city.
Okay. Still quite a discrepancy, right? And lastly, closing for recreational part-time staff. We're looking at $367,000 for the first one. Number 1. It's just, I guess I didn't know we had that much recreation staff that was part-time.
Through the chair, so through recreation, between our part-time, seasonal, volunteers, we have somewhere in the neighborhood of 2,600
2,000, did you
part-time.
say? Sorry, I still can't hear.
So through the chair, at any given time, through a recreation area, we have over 2,600 part-time, seasonal, and volunteer staff that work. It's a unionized agreement that we have, and we provide them with clothing to help them be identified in our facilities, and residents coming in know that they're staff.
Yeah, okay, and safety clothing is involved in that too, or? Do you know?
Through the chair, I believe it is, when they've got to wear their overalls, coveralls,
Okay.
jackets, things of that sort.
Got it, makes sense. Okay, thank you. And can I get a motion to receive, sorry, I just lost my section. Yeah, just to receive, Councillor Paleshi, all those in favor? Okay, the report carries. 831 was in consent. 832 is a discussion item at the request of Councillor Frattini, property standards.
On houses, the way they maintain their backyards and all, and I know staff has been doing a good job, but they're having a hard, I think their hands are tied. I got emails here from 2018, and we still can't figure out how we're gonna do this, so how could we help you get it done quick? That's the whole idea, because it's the same homes, the backyards, the front, and I know you guys are going back and forth, but it's wasting bylaws time, property standards time, courts time, and we're not getting anywhere.
Through the chair, pardon me, the legislation is in place, our bylaws are in place. There are various provincial statutes which apply to different issues that we attend the properties for. We're dealing with the zoning bylaw under the Planning Act, property standards bylaw under the Building Code Act, the refuse bylaw, long grass and weeds under the Municipal Act. So all different types of bylaws and legislation, there's different requirements as far as timelines and service. Once we are in a position that we're prosecuting, a lot of these matters, we could have laid charges, and the process to go through the judicial process is quite lengthy. Depending if you have a specific question with regards to a particular type of property, I may be able to answer that. Things like refuse, long grass and weeds, we do self-help. We will enlist the use of our contractor to go in and do the remediation ourselves.
So why can't we change the bylaws? So if my grass is long, you send a crew to cut my front grass or clean my snow on my sidewalk and send me the bill. And when you get a house like this, why can't we clean it up and send them a bill? What's the difference between the grass and having garbage lying around the house?
Through the chair, I can't quite see the photograph, but depending on what, there's
On
sometimes
Alexander.
discrepancies to what is refuse and what is outside storage, which becomes a zoning matter under the zoning bylaw. Material of particular use, it's easy for us to go in there, somebody's got, 40-year-old tools laying around the backyard, and we go in and we deem them as refuse, and we take them all and we dispose of them, as opposed to something that the guy may have some building materials that he's in the process of doing some work, although maybe taking a great length of time to do the work, he is in fact doing the work. We wouldn't be in a position to take that type of material.
And I'm not here to criticize. I'm here, the reason I brought this, if we have to change the bylaws to help youths. So, that was the whole reason, because some of these places from 2018, and they're calling me back. They're calling 311, and I'm sure 311, that's a whole different discussion. I go by, and I go see them. Resident does not want to mention name. I call. They're saying they want to know who the complaint is, which we all work for the same corporation. But we have to look at how to make it easier for youths. How many times we got to keep going back and forth to the same homes, and you're wasting your time, and you guys are trying to do your best, but really, our residents saying we're not doing nothing. They don't know. So, like this house here in Alexandra, or the one on Leander, where he's got two big cars parked there, and a big Q-van, just because he puts a sticker on it, and he fills up the tires and uses it for storage and all garbage, and does all collecting scrap and does recycling. That, just because he has a sticker, still not allowed at the end. So if we have to change the bylaws, please tell us what to do, we'll do them, because we can't live like this.
Through the chair, we'll continue to work for legal services. There's going to be some opportunities, hopefully this year, with regards to AMPS penalty notices and ways to expedite enforcement without maybe having to do the self-help, with encouragement, with fines up front. With a lot of the offenses, would encourage property owners to take responsibility without having to go to the second route.
Yeah, because, it can't go on. Like this house here, the one over there, I'm talking the A section, from 2018, we're going over it. We got emails from you and back. Like, how many times does bylaw have to go there, or property standard? And we're wasting time, and nothing's happening. So.
Through
what
the
we
chair,
doing?
I believe if the property that I believe you're talking about, we have an ongoing matter at that property. There is zoning matters that are being, that we're dealing with zoning to help us address the ongoing issues there. And it pertains to outside storage more than refuse.
Okay. Like he's, you know, the garbage, besides the garbage, he's got a pool. It's all open, you know. Kids are in the backyard. There's no water. It's not functioning. The stairs are all, liners ripped. Now, he starts a project, doesn't finish. He starts another, doesn't finish. Starts another, doesn't finish. And everything's piled up. Like.
All right, well,
Okay.
I guess you could also share that with staff.
Okay,
as
so
well.
let's see what we can do.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Frattini, for the discussion item as well. Oh, yeah, I thought you were done.
Through the chair, we are looking at the bylaws and we are in the process of making changes. However, the matters that we're talking about or that you're alluding to really are covered by particular bylaws. It's just a matter of how, which bylaws are being applied for what reasons. And I would have to look at the specific file. Thank you very much.
Are you done? Okay, thank you. 832, we just finished. 841 was a correspondence from Mohammed, and we dealt with that. 8.5, Councilor's question period. Seeing none, I will leave it up to my colleagues. We have 2 reports in the community services. We have a tight schedule, so would you like just a straw vote? 2 things? Okay, we're gonna do them quickly. Thank you.
We are now at the community services section of the agenda. There are no staff presentations. 10.2.1 was put into consent. 10.2.2 was dealt with. 10.2.3 staff report regarding budget amendment request to support construction of Field of Dreams accessible diamond at Williams Parkway. Any questions? No questions. Motion to receive the recommendations and the report.
To
All those in
approve the
favor?
recommendations? To approve the
To
recommendations,
approve the
please.
recommendations? That is carried. Thank you. Item number 10.3.2, added by Councillor Singh regarding the BRT on Queen Street. Go ahead, Councillor Singh.
Yeah, there's just as time sensitive, there's a meeting tomorrow at Metrolinx, and board meeting, and I'd like to send a letter of support. There's a motion drafted as well. And I'd like to thank Alex and the team for helping draft it. I want to thank our CEO for actually visiting Metrolinx as well. And, you know, we need to get this moving as well. I talked to communications as well to send our communications with, if it passes unanimously, to have everybody's picture on there. So it shows that we're united behind this. This is one project that has council united. And so that's the intent. And yeah, I'd like to have everybody's support.
Thank you, Councilor Majeros.
Thank you, through the chair. I appreciate the time sensitivity, but I was never, as one of the area councillors, I represent that Highway 7 is there. I don't know about this. You know, I would have appreciated some heads up, but I understand its urgency. But again, I don't know how this would not have been brought to my attention. So.
Councillor Singh, would you like to respond?
Yeah. No, I've been actually following the board meeting, so maybe it's my error not to have conveyed the Metrolinx board meeting as well. It's something I was waiting for on the agenda, but it's all public as well. And so, Alex, if you want to respond.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, certainly, through the chair, we definitely, I mean, throughout the last year and a half, we've been presenting to council on the Queen Street Master Plan collectively. We had a meeting with senior staff at Metrolinx, and it was an open invitation to all mayor and council. I know several of you did attend with us in order to talk about the importance of certain corridors, and Queen Street was one of them based on the agenda that we put out. This has been an advocacy role in pushing the Metrolinx into the priority of Queen Street within the city of Brampton. In fairness, Councilor Medeiros, I mean, Councilor Singh has been monitoring the board meetings closely, but this is something that council has been part of through a process, and the invites have been there. So this is just another letter of support that we're trying to push and press upon Metrolinx in showing the priority of this particular corridor.
No, I appreciate that, but again, I just from two perspectives, notwithstanding, certainly there's budget implications and, you know, what we're talking about, and I know we want BRT on 7, and I just think that, you know, with what's happening with Metrolinx, a quick note of update or so on, because I also I'm invited to the LRT community meetings, and I'm notified. But, you know, something along this, you know, I appreciate going forward that I'm updated, I'm provided with this information, and Councilor Bowman and myself, from wards 3 and 4 perspective, and I don't know what the other area councilors, but, you know, I will support it, understanding its urgency. But again, I think that especially the councilors that are impacted should be fully aware of what's happening there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Note taken. I believe the meeting that they're having is tomorrow, and that's the time sensitivity as well. Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm fine with supporting this, and I support also the comments from other areas of the city. I just, we talk a lot about prioritizing transit when it comes to the different levels of government. I just want to ensure that, you know, the city of Brampton's top priority in transit is two-way all-day go, and that's never changed. Is that accurate?
So again, through the chair, two-way all-day go has, to my understanding, always been a top priority for this council. I know there's been a lot of work on that file and lobbying and advocating to Metrolinx and pressing upon them the importance of our having that two-way all-day go through our community, and that certainly has been consistent through everything that I've been part of to date, Councilor Paleshi.
Okay, and I'm all in support of prioritizing our priorities. I just want to ensure that, you know, when it comes down to it, we know and identify that two-way all-day go is what this municipality needs to advance and move forward.
Absolutely, and through the chair.
Along with some of the other priorities that are being prioritized.
Absolutely, and through the chair, I mean, it was very clear in the past and what I understand to date as well, that all-day two-way go is an important element and a priority for this council. Also the LRT and also the Queen Street corridor have been priorities for this council.
Sure, okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And just to note, I believe that Councilor Medeiros, I have seen a notice of motion for next week regarding all-day two-way go. To the CAO, you wanted to comment as well.
Great, thank you, Chair. Just further to the Transit Manager's commentary, we are advancing all 3 of those items at almost every interaction we have with Metrolinx. I had the opportunity to join the Metrolinx offices at their regional roundtable with other CAOs recently, a week or 2 ago, and we expressed, in fact, all 3 of those items, the LRT, the BRT, as well as the GO. So we're advocating all 3 on a regular basis in terms of prioritizing the priorities. There are other transit pieces, certainly, and options that we talk about, but those are our top 3, and they're very well aware.
Okay, last 2 speakers, Councillor Dillon, followed by Councillor Singh. Councillor Dillon.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Just want to say I do support this. I think this is the Queen Street BRT is critical. I took a drive down after a while down Highway 7 up to Vaughan, and you know, I think that we definitely need that connection very soon. They're doing some amazing things up there. They've transformed the area. I think even last council when we spoke of the whole LRT debate, I know a number of councillors were very supportive of the BRT, and I think, the Queen Street BRT, regardless of whatever side of the HMLRT issue you were on, and so this is critical. I think it's, my opinion, this is transformational for that Queen Street corridor. It's only going to benefit. So I do appreciate Councillor Singh moving this forward, and I do support it.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, and could we also send a letter of communication to the city of Vaughan as well?
would it be, yeah, Vaughn is the one that partners with, us, because it's going through there, yeah, it is. It's not going through there, the Queen Street BRT? No.
If I can, through the chair, just very quickly, the study that Metrolinx has taken upon does look at the whole corridor. That includes the York region as well. Clearly, our jurisdiction is up to Highway 50, but that's something that would definitely benefit, and certainly we can, if councilors.
Yeah, because I've talked to
direction.
my counselors from Vaughan that neighbor me as well. And so it would be good to just get it as an item of correspondence, because they were very supportive of it when I just talked to them offline as well. So if we could send it to local MPPs and as well, just so they're in the loop. And quick question as well for clarity, do we have for the consultant after fall 2020, would that be something Metrolinx would pay for, or we would have to include in our budget, or is that still unknown?
So through the chair, I guess it touches upon Councilor Medeiros' question earlier as well. And we'll make sure that we communicate more effectively through all the different councilors. The initial business case, the City of Brampton undertook the master plan for the Queen Street corridor, and that's what we presented to council some time ago. From that point, we approached Metrolinx to see if they can fund what's called the initial business case, because there's a cost of doing that. They took that on. They clearly funded that entire part, which they're doing now. It's in final draft. It's in final draft now, going to their investment panel once it's finalized completely. At that point, if Metrolinx investment panel accepts this and approves it and asks us to move to the next stage, my understanding is their Treasury Board does have funds for this, and that I understand it may potentially be fully covered under the EA process. So if Metrolinx investment panel approves this, they would then go out to an RFP. An RFP then would be awarded to a consultant to undertake the EA process, which could take anywhere between 18 to 24 months. And that cost, what I understand to date, would be covered under Metrolinx.
Yeah. And what I like about this project in particular, I know we're talking about the GO train all day, 2-day GO, also LRT discussion. This is one of those projects that it might not be in someone's area, but it affects everybody, east to west. This is a transformative project for the city of Brampton. And, you know, I have a lot of youngsters who advocate for this in my area, even though they would have to obviously take a bus down to the BRT, but they're York students. And you've seen those videos coming out of York. And a lot of those students are from my area. And so we got to represent our constituents as well. But this project touches the whole city. It's transformative. And so we need to advocate for it collectively. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Members of council, you have a motion before you. Moved by Councillor Singh. All those in favor?
Recorded vote on the motion on the screen in front of you. All those in favor, please rise. Standing, I have Chair Santos, Councillors Dillon, Singh, Fortini, Vicente, Williams, Medeiros, Bowman, Paleshi, and Willems, and Mayor Brown. The motion carries, oh, I'm sorry, and Councillor Singh, of course. The motion carries 11-0 unanimously.
Thank you, well done. Next item on the agenda is correspondence. There is none. Next item is council question period. Do any members of council have questions regarding this section? Seeing none. Next item is public question period. Do members of the public have any questions? Seeing none. We are now at item 11, referred matters list, which is published online. Do any members have any questions regarding the referred matters list? Seeing none. The next item is closed session, and there are a few items on closed session for today. May I have a motion to move into closed for the following items. Item 13.1, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality. 13.2, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. And one final one, which is, I don't remember the wording.
Item 13.3, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees in labor relations or employee negotiations pursuant to sections 239, Part 2B and D of the Municipal Act 2001.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I have a motion from Councillor Fortini to recess and reconvene into closed session to consider only the business as identified in the motion. All those in favor? Thank you. We will recess until 2:15. Okay, thanks, everyone. So we are currently on recess from Committee of Council, and we'll return and reconvene after the budget discussions to finish Committee of Council meeting for today. Thank you.
And rock to the workshop.